for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll move on to public comment. This will be general public comment for all matters within our jurisdiction and control. Public comment on matters on the agenda later can be heard at that agenda item unless someone can't, their schedule doesn't allow them to be here then. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes, and we have a timer here. With 30 seconds left, you'll see hear a beep, and then time will be over when the red light goes off. We have other restrictions on public comment that can be read on the agenda. With that said, is there any general public comment? Mr. McCallop, welcome.
James McCallop for the record. The Ranchos has just about completed the DRI study, that's Desert Research Institute, a very detailed study on water. We've learned so much from it. The test wells are done, tremendous work is done, research is done on, for example, how even the tiniest earthquake fault affects how water draws in wells. I think it's the most detailed study done in Douglas County. And I would suggest that the board ask the Ranchos to allow the DRI to present to the board and to the Planning Commission on this study for the board to consider. Do we need to do a study maybe county-wide or at least valley-wide on groundwater? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Waller.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. Hoping you as elected officials have visited the proposed Barton Hospital site disastrous storm runoff events that are not related to the atmospheric river as reported, and see for yourselves that TRPA has released a cease and desist violation to Barton and R.O. Anderson. I have attached that for the record. There have been several runoff events in the past months that have not been reported or corrected with no fines. The South Shore Area Plan First Amendment is making its way through the approval process to the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency February 12th and March 26th. When will the public be provided the Barton proposed healthcare subdistrict, which possibly includes asking for 80 plus feet in height by right for the hospital building only, while the current area mixed plan town center only allows 56 feet? Also buried in the previous language that was removed from the amendment in this approval cycle, Barton is asking to have the special use permit designation removed from both the hospital and all healthcare services. Special uses are generally those used that have been deemed appropriate within certain zoning districts, provided that specific conditions of operation are established. Douglas County Code Section 20.703.090. In all cases, the county is responsible for building permit and site improvement review and approval. Douglas County Code 20.703.090.010. Residential has nursing and personal care as a special use as well. And 20.703.090.080. Public service hospitals require a special use permit. I ask again, when will the public be provided the Barton proposed hospital sub-district for review? The special use designation should remain in place, in my opinion, especially since the hospital is less than 20 feet away from the existing residential zone, general proximity to a trailhead, and a meadow just outside the town center boundary. And I especially ask Douglas County to add another policy. I will turn this in also for community development. Policy should be added, authority to condition development permits in section 20.703 shall be enforced through the Barton Healthcare Sub-District. This covers neighborhood and adjacent meadow and trailhead for the protection of the health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. Welcome, Mr. Jackson.
Jim Jackson. I've been watching a lot of news lately, and I come to the conclusion that the swamp has arrived in Carson Valley. We have, according to the newspaper, we have a school board that is in the hole by $1.5 million. I've tried to contact the fire department to speak to them about the station up on Stephanie. I have yet to receive a call back from them. The county board here has approved money to spend on a lot of big projects, but you still cannot fix our roads. When we asked on the rules that were put into effect to govern NOx, how are they going to be enforced? I was told the sheriff has other priorities. It doesn't sound good on what you guys are doing. You keep spending money and you keep telling us you don't have any for the roads. Well, when are you going to get the money for the roads? This morning on my way down here, coming across East Valley, I was going 25 miles an hour, which is the speed limit. And a big white truck with NOx on the side passed me, crossed the double yellow line, and was probably doing at least twice as fast as I was. He was in a hurry to get someplace. But the sheriff has other priorities, so we can't enforce those. It's not right what's going on here, and something needs to be done. I think we need to have our own version of Doge come in and look at this county and see what's going on, where the money's being spent. And I know you've told me that all this money is in little pockets here and there. The money that you want to spend on the Performing Arts Center has to be spent on that, can't be spent on anything else. But everything seems to have its own little pocket where the money goes and can't be spent on anything else. That's not good business. I don't care who set it up, it's not good business. You need to look at the priorities of the people in this valley. Start listening to us. You haven't yet. You didn't listen to us when we were talking about the Painted Rock Mine. Now you got a hospital that's going to be going in up there that's polluting the lake in violation of a lot of different things. And as we find out more about NOx, we find out more that you weren't aware of, or if you were, you didn't make us aware of it. That's going to cause serious problems down the road. And just trying to talk to the fire department about the fire danger that's out there. Simple phone call coming back, but I haven't heard yet. Now, I understand they have a new chief coming in, and I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that that's creating some of the confusion and why I haven't heard back. But I'm going to try again and stuff. So anyway, I'll be back later this afternoon to speak on other things. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Welcome, Mr. Conway.
Yeah, Ron Conway, Protect Johnson Lane, Inc. I'm here today to set the record straight. There was an issue of an email the other day and I appreciate the use of the word if, but I guarantee you the residents of Johnson Lane care as much about Lake Tahoe as anybody. We've had many, many conversations with Brett, the gentleman working against Barton Hospital in that sideshow that's an absolute train wreck. We have absolutely talked to the folks about the cell tower because most of them are in our organization. And as a side note on the cell tower, it's been said that if you vote no for health reasons, the FCC will overturn it. Let me give you a reason to vote no. The residents don't want it. And if it can't be that simple, there's something wrong. You don't have to give a reason. The residents don't want it. As for the folks up there, I guess they're north of Cave Rock, if they're not organized, they damn sure better get organized, because that special interest train is coming, and it's going to run them over, and they're going to have nothing but party houses over there. And I understand this board is getting ready to overturn something or do something they should not have done or should not do. They promised a year, they should keep their word, but I'm here to tell you that most of the folks on this board don't. Now, Mr. Tarkanian, this is a subject that I wasn't going to broach today, but I will. You were in receipt of an email from Thelma Rogers yesterday. They're not looking to get a permit. They have one. It's been issued. Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Clark.
Good morning. I'm Stacy Clark, and I have some papers that I'd like to distribute to you. I can put copies out there, but these are all for the commissioners, and those are regarding publicly available records that you are already in receipt of.
Can you hold on just one second?
Yes.
I believe that I need to look to Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie to, for protocol on these papers.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. If the board is going to look at that information at this meeting at this time, then copies need to be provided to the public. However, if it's being submitted as part of the record, then the board, the county commissioners will be able to view it at the same time as members of the public. So if it stays right there and is part of the record, then we don't have to stop and make copies. But if you want all the commissioners to have a personal copy, then you need to make copies for everybody.
So there's 5 copies, one for each commissioner, of everything I was going to talk about in that packet that I just gave.
Okay, well, it can stay right there and you can share with everybody, including the public.
Sure.
What's in
Absolutely.
those records.
They're already, they've
So-
already been submitted.
So what we'll
I'm
do is
concerned.
have those go into written public comment, like
Okay.
other public comments for this meeting.
Okay.
So we won't read them now, but we will read them.
So in the future, how do I do this? Do I make public copies too, or what do I need? So
If you
each have
submit
them?
things beforehand, then they can be part of the supplemental
Okay.
agenda.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So I hope that didn't take up my 3 minutes.
I paused.
Thank you, Commissioner Gardner. I appreciate that. Okay, we'll start over. So good morning, everyone. I'm Stacy Clark. I am a member of Protect Johnson Lane, and I wanted to ask a question this morning. You have in your contract that you made with Knox specific conditions in which you intermediation if they're not abiding by that, or conversations. My question is, has anyone from this board entered into mediation or conversations with Knox regarding their violations that they've done?
This is our time to get your
Okay.
comment
So
and
will
not have a
somebody
dialogue.
respond to me sometime later then? Okay, because I don't know how to answer the question.
Sure,
I've
I'll-
written and
I'll
it
give you a
hasn't
call.
been responded to. So on your agreement, it said that they must utilize Sunrise Pass Road only in case of emergencies. Operator and its customers will intend to use Sunrise Pass Road and access the mine site during emergencies such as a flood or if Johnson Lane is closed. The papers that you see will have a picture of all of the Knox, including a haul truck, not just a pickup truck, but pickup trucks with trailers that are using Sunrise Pass Road, not as the intent of this agreement by any means. And it says trucks. It doesn't say haul trucks. It says trucks. I counted 2 days of 85% of the traffic on Sunrise Pass Road now are Knox or affiliated trucks, drill rigs, welding rigs, gravel trucks that are going by my pasture. You'll see. Come spring, when my horses are in there, they will not. That's the only piece of land that I have on my property that has pasture. And it's my lawn, and I let them graze on it. And I can't because the trucks are going by with the rattling of the trailer. So please talk to them. You'll see the haul trucks in there. The second thing I gave in this thing was talking about their Class 2 air permit. It's very important that you understand that the surface area disturbance conditions of the NDEP, fugitive dust, no person may cause or permit the handling, transporting, or storing of any material in a manner which allows or may allow controllable particulate matter to become airborne. And I also have best use practices in there. It's happening. Please, we will unite. These other groups know we don't want to go to litigation. It's expensive for the county. It's expensive for you. It's expensive for the taxpayers. Let's get this resolved. Thank you.
You know, we may have shorted you 30 seconds. Are you okay? Yeah, because we'll give you 30 more if you want, and we did hear your message, and thank you.
I guess I would. I just wanted to bring this air quality permit because, as Mr. Conway related to NOx is bringing in pieces of concrete and bringing in asphalt hunks right now, and they do have an NDEP permit that allows a hot mix asphalt and concrete plant. That was never discussed in the EA. There's no mention of an asphalt plant in the EA. There's no mention of blasting in the EA. And Sunrise Pass is only to be used in emergencies and clearly is not being upheld. You have overstepped the authority, in my humble opinion, of what this commission did and is allowing NOx to do. Please address it.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. I'm going to take advantage of this lull in public comment. I'm going to take advantage of this lull in public comment and two things. If we could have someone look at the timer and get us reset. And the second thing is I want to recognize some folks who are with us today. I believe I saw Frankie Alvarado, who's the superintendent of schools. Yes, welcome. And we have two school board trustees with us, Yvonne Wagstaff and Melinda Knighting. So thank you for joining us here. And I want to recognize our members of our East Fork Fire Board. We have John Bologna and Mike Summers, Bernie Curtis, and Nate Lysing. Great. Thank you for being here. Also, I want to recognize Alan Ernst, who is our new Fire Chief. Thank you for being here. All right. With that, we will continue with our public comment. Is there any other public comment? Welcome, Mr. Slade.
Jim Slade. First of all, I would like to commend Chief Carini for his exemplary service to the citizens of Douglas County and to congratulate him on his well-deserved retirement. He will be greatly missed. It's tough to lose two such long-serving public employees as Todd Carini and Scott Morgan within a month, both of whom have been so widely admired and respected. Thank you for your service, Chief. Secondly, because I won't be here for this issue, I'd like to say that I support the idea of transitioning our struggling movie theater into a cultural movie and performing arts center. If the Carson Valley Art Council supports this concept, as I believe they do, then I feel it's worth pursuing. It costs far less than either the event center at the lake or the new judicial center, but would likely be enjoyed by a wider portion of the general population of the county than either one. I don't quite understand the finances of it at this point, but I'm sure that that can be worked out reasonably. Thirdly, regarding what happened at the site of the proposed Barton Health Facility in State Line on Monday, Barton officials acknowledged that they didn't complete the required work to prevent runoff from the weekend storm leaving the site where they hope to build a new hospital, and with that running into Lake Tahoe, the gem of Douglas County, and a great source of revenue for our county. That is totally unacceptable, and I support TRPA's cease and desist order. County Code Compliance Manager Steve Sweet wrote, quote, "Temporary controls are not installed, and areas where they have been installed, they're not installed properly or functioning correctly, resulting in a discharge from the site." The county should come down hard on Barton for this egregious failing. No mere apology will suffice. Before they are allowed to continue with any further work, they should show that they are in complete compliance with all requirements and that they have a viable plan in place to prevent any chance of a repeat of this type of unacceptable disregard for the environment of Lake Tahoe. They should also be levied a substantial fine for the damage they have already done. Lake Tahoe is famous for its clarity, and this event has adversely affected that. I know that a great many people oppose the construction of this Barton facility in State Line, so close to the lake, and warned that it was an unacceptable risk. At this point, it appears they are right. Both Knox and Barton seem to have this pattern of violating the requirements of their permits. And you all should find that completely unacceptable, and you should come down hard on both of them and make sure that they comply with the letter and intent of the regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Welcome, Ms. Duda.
Thank you. Good morning, Julie Duda. The Gardnerville Trash Fund opening balance as of July 1, 2024 is being increased by over $219,000. This adjustment is due to more revenue and fewer expenses than budgeted. In some circumstances, to under-budget revenue and over-budget expenses, there is no significant negative impact. However, during this budget cycle, there is a negative impact, a greater than necessary fee hike. 35% increase in trash fees, costing Gardnerville residents and business customers more than $1 million over the next 2 fiscal years. The county audit report shows the trash fund expenses exceeding revenue by $22,000, a smaller deficit than reported in the business impact statement. Also, county report shows the Gardnerville Trash Fund with a cash balance of $485,000 to start the fiscal year. In addition to the finance issue is the lack of transparency regarding salary and benefit cost allocation from the general fund to the trash fund. Minden publishes their cost allocation every year, and Gardnerville needs to do the same as part of the annual budget process. In my opinion, the lack of transparency and the obscurity of fiduciary stewardship, let me repeat that, the obscurity of fiduciary stewardship is of great concern.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment this morning? All right, with that, I will close public comment.
Commissioner Harrelson, can I make a response to one of them?
Yes, you can.
I think that's what we're supposed to. So I don't know if Stacy Clark is still here or not, but the emails that I get concerning the violations or alleged violations of NOx are sent to the county manager, and the county manager looks into it. They've looked into whether, there has been some look into whether it's legal for NOx to use Sunrise Pass without an emergency, but to being proactive, I can say this, being proactive, our county manager has reached out to NOx and he has told her that they will not use it. Is that correct? Will not use it unless it's for an emergency. That was my reading of it anyways, but it's nice that at least the county manager looked into it.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to approval of agenda. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move for the approval of the proposed agenda as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Rice, that we approve the agenda. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Next, we'll move on to consent calendar. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent calendar as presented at items A through W.
Second.
It's It's been moved by Commissioner Rice that we approve the agenda, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Moving
Now
to...
we can get to the most important business of the day.
Yes.
Chief Carlini.
Yes. Agenda item 1, for presentation only, presentation of proclamation 2025P-016, recognizing East Fork Fire Protection District Fire Chief Todd F. Carlini for 28 years of public service to East Fork Fire Protection District and Douglas County. It is my honor to read this proclamation. A proclamation recognizing 28 years of dedicated service to Douglas County by East Fork Fire Protection District Fire Chief Todd F. Carlini. Whereas District Fire Chief Todd Carlini served the East Fork Fire Protection District for 28 years. Starting as a volunteer, Carlini began fighting fires with the Yarrington Volunteer Fire Department in 1975 before attending the University of Utah to obtain degrees in history and architecture. He joined the Mason Valley Fire District in 1985 and was promoted to fire chief in 1990. He came to East Fork as a training captain in 1997 before being promoted to district fire chief in 2000. And whereas Chief Carlini is a graduate of the National Fire Academy's Executive Fire Officer Program, which is equivalent to a master's degree in fire and EMS administration. He served as the executive secretary of the Nevada State Firefighters Association and was one of Nevada's representatives to the National Volunteer Fire Council. Chief Carlini serves as the chairman and founding member of the Nevada State Firefighter Memorial. He is a former member of the State Emergency Response Commission Subcommittee on Planning and Training, a former member of the now State Resiliency Committee, and one of former Governor Kenny Gwynn's appointed members of the Nevada Homeland Security Commission created after September 11, 2001. And whereas Chief Carlini served on the State of Nevada Interstate Mutual Aid Committee and was responsible for in-state movement and policy regarding all mutual aid resources. He is a founding member of the Nevada Wildland Fire Protection Plan, which allows local government to pass on its financial liabilities for wildland fire suppression to the state of Nevada. He is considered a leading authority in wildland fire cost sharing, negotiation, and cost approval with federal agencies. And whereas Chief Carlini dedicated 15 years of service to Douglas County as its emergency manager, leading federally mandated emergency management services under a contract between the county and the East Fork Fire Protection District. Throughout his tenure, Chief Carlini served as incident commander during every major flood event in Douglas County since the 1997 flood. He was pivotal in the county's and state's COVID-19 pandemic response, and led efforts during numerous other emergencies, including wildfires and severe weather events. And whereas Chief Carlini was a leader dedicated to innovation and guided by integrity, he valued established relationships and collaboration, using them to unite people around a common mission. During Chief Carlini's tenure with East Fork Fire Protection District, the district and Douglas County underwent significant growth and transformation. Throughout this period, Chief Carlini introduced creative and effective solutions to address some of the most challenging issues faced not only by the district and county, but also by the broader region and various levels of government. And whereas Chief Carlini has been a strong advocate for centralized coordination and support of response and recovery activities, continuity of operations, enhanced access and sharing of information in the region, and coordinated identification and deployment of available resources to the Quad Counties. Chief Carlini was part of the original Quad County Multi-Agency Coordination Group, which streamlined emergency response in Carson, Douglas, Lyon, and Story counties. This partnership has paved the way for emergency management by ensuring the region has an all-hazard collaborative approach to providing services to the many communities in the Quad Counties during emergencies. And whereas Chief Carlini strongly believes in building and maintaining relationships to better leverage resources for the benefit of communities. He recognizes that properly trained employees and volunteers, when mobilized appropriately, can serve as force multipliers for public safety and emergency response, and that the contributions of the members of these volunteer organizations, including but not limited to the Community Emergency Response Team, known as CERT, Search and Rescue, Civilian Mounted Posse, Citizen Patrol, Reserve Deputies, the Chaplain Unit, and Triad Senior Programs should be recognized and appreciated for their hours of service. Under Chief Carlini's leadership, CERT responded to multiple incidents and supported community members across county and state lines. And whereas Chief Carlini tirelessly advocated for firefighter welfare and professional development, he inspired his team and those dedicated to emergency management while fostering a culture of excellence and unity within the county and East Fork Fire. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners that Chief Carlini has earned the respect, admiration, and gratitude of colleagues, peers, and community members alike for his selfless dedication and exemplary service. Douglas County expresses its deepest gratitude for his remarkable contributions and service, and wishes him a fulfilling and joyous retirement filled with health, happiness, and continued success in all future endeavors.
Do you mind if I say something? Do you mind if I say something before you? Of course, we all want to hear from the chief, but our words of thanks would not be complete without a message from the employees of Douglas County and from the county's leadership. So if you are a member of the Douglas County team, I see a number of you in the office. If you don't mind joining me up here to say thanks to Chief Carlini, that'd be great. I see some dispatchers in the back, any public safety personnel that want to come up. We have a plaque for Chief that we want to express our thanks as part of this organization. Few brief words, and then we'll hand the mic over to the man. This feels a lot. We're all filing in. Thank you. I agree with the comments of Mr. Slade. This feels a lot like the changing of the guard for our organization. Don't do it. Whew. Stick to the script. Thank you all for gathering here today to help us to continue the celebration of the incredible career of someone who has not only been a pillar of this community, but also a shining example of leadership, dedication, and excellence in public service. East Fork Fire Protection District Chief, Todd Carlini. Chief Carlini, on behalf of the entire county and all those who have had the privilege of working alongside you, I want to thank you for your unwavering commitment to excellence, your steadfast leadership, and your unrelenting passion for the fire service. For nearly 3 decades, you've been the heartbeat of East Fork Fire Protection District, guiding it and this organization through some of our most challenging moments. Your leadership has shaped East Fork Fire into what it is today, a department that's not only a model of professionalism, but also one that stands as a true reflection of your values: teamwork, integrity, and commitment to service. I've had the honor of working with you closely over the years, and in that time, I've come to admire the way you've led with both strength and compassion. It's easy to talk about the fires you fought, the emergencies you've managed, the lives you saved, or the countless hours you devoted to training and mentoring the next generation of leaders and public safety officials. But what I think sets you apart is the heart you've put into everything you've done. You've always been the first to lend a helping hand, the first to offer words of encouragement, and the first to step up when someone needed guidance, myself especially included. And I cannot tell you how grateful I am for your support and how grateful this organization is to you. I want to express my deep gratitude for our partnership that we've shared over these years. It's been a privilege to work with you, to witness your leadership in action, and to see the profound impact you've had on this community. Your legacy is one that will be felt for generations. And your dedication has made this county a safer and better place for us all. I'm just gonna cry for 3 months straight. This is not fair. We're losing so many good people, but they're not going away. You're still going to be in this community, and we're still going to look to you for leadership. While we will greatly miss your leadership, we celebrate your accomplishments today, and we look forward to seeing what this next chapter holds for you. Last piece. On behalf of Douglas County, our Board of Commissioners, your colleagues, and a grateful community, We wish you a fulfilling and joyous retirement. May it be filled with health, happiness, and knowledge that your legacy will endure for generations to come. Thank you.
I just can only say thank you. I'm very humbled by all the nice things that have been said. I think anyone in a leadership role has to realize that you're only as successful because of the people that you've been so fortunate to lead. And this is a testament to that. The folks from East Fork that are here, the law enforcement people that are here. That's really what true leadership is about, being able to recognize that, you know, your successes are built on the backs of those folks that are working with you. I've never been one to really think people ever work below me. I've always felt that they're working alongside me. And boy, if I had to thank people, we'd be here all day, specifically. There's been so many in my career, and I think that happens, you know, when you're in a career for as long as I've been, or been exposed to public safety in particular for, you know, about 50 years. But I appreciate it. I've appreciated the opportunity to serve the community of Douglas County. Our stint during emergency management allowed us to serve the people up at Lake Tahoe. And that was, from time to time, very special to be able to do that. There's a wonderful staff of people that I'm going to be leaving that are going to carry on and keep this county just as well protected as we've tried to do over the last 28 years I've been here. And we've done it also on a lot of people that aren't here anymore. And not just those that retired. And I often think about those folks too. And certainly bring them into my circle of what, you know, might be termed success. I do want to wish Chief Ernst the best. I've had a great month with him and transitioning. I think it's going to be somewhat seamless. I know there's still a lot of people he has to get out there and meet, and I'm fortunate that, you know, he's able to meet the Board of Commissioners because, you know, we have to be able to work with everyone. So I can just simply wrap it up and say thank you. Thank you very much for everything.
We're going to, oh yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Just would like to present this to you from all of Douglas County.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome. I know it's not as good word work as you do, but.
Thank you very much. That's very nice.
And this is also from Quad Health. They couldn't be here.
Thank you.
I think at this point, we'd like to get some pictures, so if this group could just come over a little bit this way, and if the commissioners could stand up, we can get a whole bunch of people in.
Perfect. That sounds good.
We can have you people on the end.
Folks, we can have you squeeze in just as much as possible here. We go. There we go. All right, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Get out of here. So Monday. Yes.
Through another one. How many have I been through for crying out loud?
Chiefs, not very many. Not very many. Well, we have one. Put it on one hand.
Yeah, so far.
At this point, at the direction of the chair, we're going to take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 10:50.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I've got this figured out now. Maybe.
Sounds good. Oh. But then I gave it to Walt.
Take a tutorial.
Then I gave it to Walt. How does that happen? Okay, we are ready for administrative agenda item 2. For presentation only, yeah. We're just waiting for our background to settle just a little bit more. All right. For presentation only, ceremonial presentation of an employee service award to John Batcher for 25 continuous years of service to Douglas County. Captain Daniel Britton.
If I got to be up here, you got to be up.
Yeah.
Scott has done just a little bit of everything on our department. Over the last 25 years, he's been assigned to the jail division, the patrol division, and currently the investigations division. He was a field training officer, a canine officer. He was on SWAT. Several years ago, he got promoted to investigator, and as an investigator, he was assigned to our street enforcement team, which is our in-house narcotics unit. Scott has the distinction of being the only guy in our department that ever danced on stage in uniform with Sammy Hagar.
Allegedly. They are pictures.
Scott has a terrific sense of humor. He's been a lot of fun to work with. And he just recently told me that he feels like he got his second wind. He's got another 15 years probably left in him. So, yeah. So anyway, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
There's that. Pen.
Rock on. Thank you very much. That's all I got to say.
That's all you got to say?
Thank you.
Well, don't step away too soon. Can we get the entire investigations division, it looks like, and Captain up here for a photo with the board? I do just want to note that our sheriff and undersheriff, unfortunately, were not able to be here today. 25 years of dedicated service to the department is exceptional for any member of the Douglas County team, but in the sheriff's office, that is a tall order, and we thank you for your service, sir. Thank you so much. So let's get a photo honoring him, and then we'll move forward.
Here, I'll stand in the back.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, everybody up here, ready? 1, 2, 3.
I want to mention something real quick. Captain Britton, before you go, it's my understanding, I didn't appear to get a lot of notoriety in our county, but I understand last week, in cooperation with ICE, federal ICE, that we had some individuals that were moved from our county, and I want to, in particular, thank you, your team, and the entire Douglas County Sheriff's Office for assisting in that process. Thank you for making our community safe. Thank you.
We'll move on to agenda item 3 for presentation only, update by the U.S. Geological Survey, USGS, on work being conducted for the evaluation of effects of groundwater management options on water resources in the Carson Valley. We have with us Christopher Garner, welcome, and Phil Ricker.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the board for inviting me here this day.
So, Phil Ricker, Director of Public Works, for the record. Before Chris and Ramon give their presentations, the items number 3 and number 4 on your agenda, I just wanted to, for the audience's sake, give the sort of background on this. In 2019, during the 2019 legislative session for the state, they passed Senate Bill 150, which was an act relating to land use and planning and requiring counties, city governments, and any governing body to develop and maintain a water resource plan. So in 2021, the Board of County Commissioners approved contracts with the USGS for the 2 studies that you're going to get sort of update reports on today. These studies are really to develop modeling tools to help the county long-term with this water resource planning. So it's, I just want to preface with that. These are the interim reports. The final reports are scheduled for December of this year, so at the end of this calendar year. But right now, it's just we wanted to give you an update on the status of these 2 studies that are being done and modeling efforts that are being conducted. With that, I'll turn it over to Chris.
So today I'm going to talk about how harnessing the power of integrated modeling is important for testing the effectiveness of future groundwater management in the Upper Carson River Basin. At times, integrated modeling.
Mr. Gardner, or Garner, right? Garner.
Yes, sir.
If you could speak closer to the microphone,
yes, sir.
I think our public is having, I'm having problems hearing you, so I'm sure the public is also.
Thank you for letting me know. So integrated modeling can be a lot like trying to get a horse to take a lead or herding cats or something along those lines. And the reason it's like this is because you're trying to take models that aren't really designed to go together and put them together. And the reason this is important in this study is because water rights dictate how the water is distributed and allocated in the Upper Carson system and throughout the Carson. And so it's important to have a model that represents that and incorporates that into the study. Now I want to highlight that the work is funded by Douglas County. We are working in collaboration with the Carson Water Subconservancy District. And Loomis and Associates contributed essential information in terms of the pumping projections that I'm going to talk about for this work. So the generic motivation for this project is really those 2 bullets there. We're looking at the importance of balancing water supply with demand and managing water resources for a sustainable future. And most often the conflict arises when demand exceeds supply, groundwater is developed and often overutilized. And as this diagram here I have shown illustrates, what we're looking at is pumping and its effect on stream flow. So groundwater pumping can create stream depletion by reducing groundwater flow to the stream and then in the opposite direction where stream flow is going towards the pumping. And this is important because it reduces natural flow water right reliability, and this is typically where the finger pointing begins. So this slide kind of leads more to a question, the question that we're trying to answer, or one of them is, can models be used to avoid conflict through cooperative planning? There is I'm going to talk about the Upper Carson modeling today. I think you're all probably familiar with the Carson River Basin. But there is a broader scope here. Behind this project, there's a 30-year watershed regional drought and sustainability plan that is underway, and this plan is being coordinated by the Carson Water Subconservancy District. And so, we're going to talk, to my knowledge, there isn't any work underway with the Lower Carson, so we're going to talk about the upper and the middle a little bit here in the context of the broader scope. So I'm going to be working on the Upper Carson. Another USGS colleague, Eric Morway, is going to be working on the Middle Carson modeling. And then our Kyle Davis, another USGS colleague, is going to put those two models together and take the skill and experience that he's gained working with stream capture in the Humboldt River Basin and apply it here for this study. So just the take home is there's a broader scope underway, but this presentation is only going to talk about the Upper Carson modeling. So the next couple slides, I'm just going to walk through some historical measurements. And on this slide, we're talking about historical measurements of groundwater levels. And on the right, the plot on the right is like maybe 30 groundwater wells plotted there for various locations throughout Douglas County. You can see kind of each well's location in the reference map on the right. And other than that, what you see here is that water levels are going down, but it's mostly confined to the east side of the valley. And those wells that are water levels are dropping at about a rate of 1/2 foot per year. And stream capture is thought to keep water levels in other areas of the valley more stable. So, wells on the west side of the valley, most of those, as you can see in the first column on the left, although there's some fluctuations from pumping, they're mostly stable, except for the one in the airport area. And I want to point out that it's also the aquifer material on the east side of the valley is generally lower permeability, and so this also does play a role in the type of drawdown that we see in those wells on the east side of the valley. So then another kind of context slide here that highlights the historical growth in Carson Valley. Douglas County population grew by a factor of 6 between the 1970s and the early 2000s, approximately 5.5% per year. And then you can see a plot of that on the far upper right. And then on the bottom right is the historical pumpage for the primary manners of use for the Upper Carson River Basin. And pumping over that period, the plots are aligned on the x-axis, so 1970 is aligned with 70 in the population plot and so on. And what we could see, you can't necessarily see this, but if you add up domestic and municipal pumping, over that same period, those two combined grew by a factor of 15. And then subsequently, future growth has been capped at 2% per year in 2011. And again, this kind of it leads to another question: is it possible to sustain future water resources with the kind of growth that we expect to happen in the future?
Would you be okay if we ask questions as we go?
Yes, absolutely.
Very good.
Feel free to
Commissioner
stop me.
Gardner.
So that domestic versus and municipal pumping grew by a factor of 15. Is that 15%, or what is that number reflective of?
It just means if you grab the number in 1970 for domestic and municipal, it's 6 times bigger in the 2000s. So if it was, it's a little hard to see because the lines are separate there in the plot.
Commissioner Gardner, Phil Whitaker, Director of Public Works for the record. The baseline at 1970, if you look at the, let's see, it'd be the There's a blue line, not a blue line. What color is that? I'm trying to see from here. The blue line is the municipal pumping, which essentially in 1970, with the population well below 10,000 people here, was almost zero. A majority, I'll kind of reference 1970 as the line there. If you move up along that line, you're in very, very low, both other use and domestic use, or municipal use, as well as domestic use. Domestic being traditional wells, just domestic wells throughout the valley. The majority of the pumping in 1970 was agricultural. You'll see that up around 5,000. The green line is the agricultural, and then the combined line above that is black. So you'll see the incremental changes in the black line. As you move out to sort of 1980, you'll see as the population was growing, we've got more municipal and domestic well use. Again, the green line, our agricultural use is still higher at that time. And really the total pumpage in the valley, which is shown in the black line, that's the very top line, that's the summation of all the lines below it, is the trending on that line is most heavily influenced by the agricultural pumping, what labeled here as irrigation, which is the green line. And that trend continues out. So I think in this slide, what you're really looking at is you're looking at the municipal pumping, which is the blue line, has been increasing over time through 2020. And this is actual data, not projections. And if anything, it's caught up to where the historical level is for the agricultural pumping. Agricultural pumping, though, has considerable variation due, I think, basically related to whether in any drought year or any water loss year, the agricultural properties are turning on their groundwater pumps, their groundwater wells, or simply using stream flow. So that's the major variation you'll see in the green line up there, that irrigation line.
Am I reading that right, Mr. Richter, that the municipal use and the irrigation, or I take that's agricultural? Is that
yes.
the same? Okay, so they were virtually equal in 2020. Is that that's correct analysis of this?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's interesting.
Can I have one? That the ag use of water is not different. It's always basically the same amount of water being consumed. It's just whether or not it comes from the stream bed versus pumped based on a drought year, right? I just want to make sure we clarify total water use for ag is consistent, right?
Commissioner Phil Whitaker, Director of Public Works, for the record. I can't speak to that with any authority because I'm not sure about that, but I think the trend line, if you were to do a regression on the agricultural use, it has gone up over time. So there is more usage, whether it be from pumping or just from stream flow.
Anything further? Okay, so with that,
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were, so I thought you were going to go down each one of those lines. Question, is future population growth and groundwater resources sustainable? I think that is primarily a real thought process of this board and of our residents. A real question is what is the projection here? Is the future population growth and groundwater resources sustainable?
We understand the importance of that. Of course, we designed this work to, of course, we want as much collaboration and cooperation amongst the stakeholders and everyone involved. So that's what we'd like to see, to find an answer to that question, but of course, incorporate everyone's input if possible.
Well, we'd prefer it if you could just give us an answer, but that's probably not going to happen.
Well, there are competing interests, as I'm sure you're aware of, and So we have to account for all those.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so this is kind of getting to the discussion that we were just getting into. What are the objectives of this study and what do we hope to accomplish? And our objectives are to run models and different kinds of model runs that we could use to evaluate the impacts of growth-based groundwater management plans over the next 30 years. So we have pumping projections from all the municipalities, and we'd like to see if groundwater is pumped like that by the municipalities, can we understand if it's a good plan that stabilizes the water levels and keeps the water resources sustainable. And so kind of at the highest level, we want to understand the connections between pumping and drawdown and stream flow. So how are those affected by different kinds of pumping? How are those affected by the planned pumping that we're going to talk about in this presentation? And then this alludes to the last part of our discussion, to support stakeholder planning and decision making. I think it's important to incorporate the stakeholders into this and not have the model just be something that's external and inaccessible to them. At least they should have some say about what we're doing and so on. And so then that leads me to this cartoon. I grabbed this cartoon that comes from my old supervisor, Doug Boyle, and it's a little, I don't know, it kind of just lays out, we want to pose a question. So this question in this example is how will planned pumping affect water levels? And of course we have models, and so we want to, let's modify the model and run it and see, and then provide an answer, a reasonable answer that can help with planning and water management. But the key is that this is not just a one-way, one-time process. We're going to need to iterate potentially, and maybe run different scenarios if the initial one doesn't achieve the objectives that we're trying to target. So then the question is, what model are we going to use, right? It's probably what you're maybe wondering. So this slide just kind of shows the history of models that have been developed in the Upper Carson River Basin. Maurer with the USGS, he developed a mod flow model that's essentially a model that's a physics-based model that simulates groundwater flow. And he did this way back in 1986. And that was like 2 years after the mod flow model was actually released in 1984. And since then, about 30 years later, Jaeger and a group of other researchers with the USGS took the Maurer work and built upon that, expanded the footprint of the model over a larger geographic area in the basin. And they ran kind of similar model simulations like we're planning to do, where we're trying to assess how future population growth is going to affect groundwater levels. But the issue with that work is that they used growth essentially slowed, and they used rates that were too high for what actually happened. And so it's believed that the estimates of drawdown and effects on the water resources are overestimated in that study. And then following that, Kit Laston and others, another group of researchers at the USGS in 2021 put a integrated model together, and in this model it incorporates, as you can see there, the headwater inflows from the West Fork, which is kind of the green, and then the West Fork inflows, and then the other contributing area there to the west on the Tahoe side. And then that model can simulate snow accumulation, snowmelt, precipitation, and runoff response of the watershed. And he coupled that together with an updated version of the mod flow model that was based on Jaeger, shown there in the kind of golden color. And so more or less what you could take from this is the study that we're doing, it's trying to fill gaps in these studies. more or less. And I'm going too quick. Lost my notes. Excuse me one sec. So I talked about this Kit Lassen model here on the far right, and we're planning to essentially extend that model forward in time to do future runs, because it only went out to like 2020, I think. And that model is really unique and important and powerful because it connects groundwater response to the Alpine Decree water allocation. And it's done by a coupling of the ModSim model and ModFlow. And so, as you can see in the figure on the right, the one with the red text, essentially B, it shows a representation of that model. And it's a grid, essentially, and there are various variables and parameters and properties that are assigned to that to be able to get it to match changes in water levels. And so then that gets compared to measured water levels to see, did the model do it effectively or not. But the unique part of this is the other model that's shown up in figure A is ModSim, and it actually, on the fly, allocates water according to prior appropriation. And, so that's essentially the Alpine Decree. So the most senior water rights get water first, and then the most junior get water after that. And, this is important because where the water is matters for whether it's in the canal, how much of it is in the canal, how much of it leaks from the canal into the groundwater. All those important aspects of the distribution and allocation of water in the system are important. Any questions?
Phil Whitker, Director of Public Works, record. This is actually, it's a complicated slide. It's a complicated concept, so I do want to point out a couple of things in here when we're talking about the coupling of the Alpine Decree and water allocation, which is really probably at the heart of the power of this model that they're developing. Is if you, and this will, Commissioner Tolber may help with your question. Again, I'm not the expert on this, and James probably could speak to this more intelligently than I can. But one of the trends that we're seeing, and it's a limitation within the Alpine Decree. When the Alpine Decree was defined, and that is a legal agreement between the various water users, and that would be the upper Carson, which is where we are, the Alpine area itself, upper Carson, lower Carson, meaning the middle Carson, Carson City up into the Fallon area, and then the lower being out into the what was the Carson Sink area. The decree was put in place to be able to share this resource. It's obviously 100% of the water coming into the Carson River. We happen to be the first users of it because it hits us first. Was really required to, the Alpine Decree was to say that you can't use 100% of that water and not let anything flow through. And other users along the system are entitled to that, including the Lake Lahontan and the tribal areas. So they put bounds on that. The irrigation season starts April 1. Doesn't address whether the snow melt starts March 1 or June 1. It basically says you can start irrigating April 1. And I think what we're seeing in historic trends, or possibly in trends, is that that start of the irrigation season or the start of the melt season has been shifting to later and later or earlier into the spring, which means a significant amount of water is flowing through the Carson River and out of our area before it can actually be put to beneficial use by agricultural, and hence the concept of, and that trend may be indicative of the increased pumping over time over the last 30 years. Again, so the increased pumping may be a direct relation to, not that we don't have water, that we didn't have a good snowpack, that we didn't have, resources in the high alpine areas, but the fact that it's flowing through the valley before it can be put to beneficial use because of a legislative mandate. The other thing in the Alpine Decree, which never gets, I don't think gets recognized enough, is the limitation on reservoirs. We're not allowed to build reservoirs. So it's not like we can do anything to currently just capture the water in advance of the irrigation season and put it to, so you can use it later into the years. And I'll put a plug in here that it's one of the reasons, I think, from a stormwater program and from the county's perspective, looking at building detention basins, looking at putting other things in to capture whatever water we can and let it infiltrate into the ground is more and more important, not just from flood control, but also from aquifer recharge.
Thank you for that explanation. I do have a question on this. I just want to check my understanding. You're building a new model.
Well, we're taking this model that was developed and published in 2021 as part of a National Science Foundation study, and then extending the period that over which it's going to simulate out from 2021 to 2051.
So you're modifying an existing model.
Correct.
And you're in process of that. And that takes a period of months. Years.
Well, I want to point out that it's a state-of-the-art model, and as I said on the title slide, these aren't pieces that fit together easily, and it takes like 12 hours just to do one model run, and I don't know, it's not something that you can just grab your phone and look it up and stuff like that. We all have technology these days, so everything should be.
Right. What Mr. Richter said is that what skews that model is the earlier runoff from and the inability to necessarily draw the amount of water or have the use of the water through the Alpine Decree to our agricultural community. It proceeds through the county to other counties and other entities, right, who have rights to those waters.
I agree completely. I think everything that Mr. Ricker said is correct, yes.
So just to bring it back to make sure that we're staying real, we need this model with the modifications you're making in order to answer the question, what impact should water or the limitations of water have on our decisions in allowing growth?
That's correct. Yes.
And at what point will the model be complete enough that we can start really answering that question?
It has to be completed before the end of September of this year.
September this year.
That's right.
Thank you.
Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. The development of the models, by the way, these mathematical models and computer simulation systems, one of the real heavy lifts in this, aside from the coding and I mean, there's a lot of lift in that, but the value of these models really comes from being able to validate a model, and that's with historic data. So a lot of the work that I think is going on right now is when we talk about modifying models and things like that, it's basically taking all of the current available information and data that's in place and then running that through this model once that they've done all the fine tuning to make sure it actually predicted or retroactively predicted what actually happened, so that you have some confidence that this model can now be used to predict out in the future. We'd be so lucky that the weathermen could do this, but that is really the goal. And so a lot of the work right now is to validate the model so that it represents what can be predicted in the future.
Certainly, so that when the model's done and we can start answering the question, we have some confidence.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I
Commissioner
have
Reyes.
one question. One thing I have not heard in this presentation is the use of treated effluent. I know that we have retention ponds down here that are be used from the effluent from the lake that has been treated and is used for agriculture. And not to mention all of the effluent, and I'm keeping it as clean as I can. All of the effluent that flows from the valley here that is treated and that goes into the groundwater, or does that have any impact, and is it accounted for in any of these models?
Yes, sir. All of the sources of effluent from Incline Village, South Tahoe, so external effluent imported into the basin is included, and also the two that I'm aware of that are internal to the basin, the Nevada wastewater treatment plant and the Douglas County effluent.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And then I'd like to follow up on the commissioner's point. In principle, I think what you said is accurate, because there's a duty, effectively by law, on the crops. So there should only be 4 foot of water applied. So if you put 4 foot on, it's got to come from either groundwater or from surface water. So in principle and concept, I think that's completely correct. Any further questions? Okay, this is probably a more complicated slide than it needs to be, but it's trying to get at how, if we have a model run, right, an initial one, or any one, the calibration, as Mr. Ritker referred to, the model that we believe it represents what happened over the historical period reasonably well, and we've compared it against the observations that we have, right? So this slide is trying to lay out, like, okay, well, how do we assess changes, or how do we know if this pumping plan what it did? Did it work? Did it not work? And so on. So it's called comparative analysis, basically. So the idea is that you have one model that's like a baseline model that becomes a benchmark for comparison to other model runs, right? And so you take that model, you make a change to that model to make a new, what I'm calling scenario. And then you typically just want to make one change so that the models are mostly identical, and that whatever changes you see between the two models, is associated with that one change. For example, we changed the pumping this way. So that way you can link the changes directly to the changes, for example, if water levels dropped more or didn't drop as much, or the stream flow was less or more. Between the two runs, you can associate it directly with whatever change you made between the two scenarios. And so I have these two pages up here on the right. They're from the Kit Laston model publication in 2021 in Water Resources Research. And Kit Laston took the model that he developed, and he ran simulations where temperature increased by 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 degrees Fahrenheit. And what it shows is, by this comparative analysis concept, each plot on the right, the bottom right, is a plot of the change in the water level in the aquifer. So you could see the temperature, the temperature increased on the far left by 1, then by 2, then by 3, then by 4, then by 5. And so what we see is that as the temperature increased, water levels went down, and what it ended up being was what Mr. Ritker already referred to, that as temperature increases, the snow melts earlier, the water comes out when the irrigators don't need it. And then when they don't have the natural flow water that typically they get and have gotten in the past, they have to utilize more supplemental pumping effectively to be able to continue producing a viable crop. So the take home on this, though, is that 2 model runs are required to get at those kinds of changes, because you have to kind of look at both of them.
Where is this map? What portion of our county is this map displaying?
It is showing most of the upper Carson above the Carson River Basin, and then that black line is just the model, the active footprint of the model. So it would be, we could see the canals there and the river coming in. I'm not sure where it extends, how far it extends out on the east. It's been cut off there, but it's basically all the way up to where the mountains meet the valley floor on the east. That black line would be where the mountains meet the valley floor. And then the east and west would come in on the bottom, but they're not shown in the map.
And is there any portion of this map that shows East Valley? Because you indicated earlier that East Valley is losing about a half a foot a year.
It does. This dark red area in the map on the far right has the East Valley there. So it shows that the model showed that drawdowns would increase over there, similar to what we see in the historical records.
Okay, so earlier you said that we're losing about a half a foot a year in East Valley in the aquifer, right?
Correct.
And so this shows as temperature increases, and I'm not an environmentalist, I'm not that kind of person, but as temperature rises, even minutely, we have a greater loss of water, right?
That's correct.
Am I reading that right?
More pumping.
And more pumping required from groundwater?
Correct. Yes,
okay. Sir. So I guess what I'm getting to, a long way around it, but so not only is, let's say, storm retention basins important, not only to alleviate storm damage to our community, but it also, if we create more storm retention basins, can capture more water that will permeate into the ground and assist us in recharging that aquifer. Am I reading that wrong, or
I
what's
think
your
that's
thoughts?
I think that's correct. I think that's accurate, and not only to potentially boost recharge or infiltration to continue, to recharge to put water back in the aquifer that we pumped out. Basically, those basins will do that. But additionally, part of the issue is this not having reservoirs that have surface water storage, so that whatever runoff that is in excess of the water rights of the basin, could theoretically be captured in those reservoirs and then utilized at a later date.
Right, because most of that stormwater just goes back somewhere. However it gets to the river, it exits our county, so we don't really gain access to that water for municipal use or for agriculture. So I guess that's what I was trying to get to. So, thank you.
Yeah, Phil Whitker, Director of Public Works, for the record. Just to clarify a statement you made, and I wanted to reference it, and that is a 5-degree Fahrenheit change in annual average temperature is not a minute change. We'd be living in Vegas at this point. So just to put it into context, that this model is looking at what was really done, and the report was done under some climate change research. Extending out 5 degrees would be a significant change to our environment here. This is not subtle.
Mr. Victor, I have no problems in you correcting me on that term. Okay, so I didn't want to go there personally. So.
Okay, so this slide is really trying to get at what are the components of the model scenarios, the most important key aspects of the scenarios that we're going to be simulating. So I think I said this already, but the scenarios are so let's start with the plot on the right there, for example. So we have the historical pumping for the basin on the left, and it says historical there with the arrow, so leading up to about 2020. And then on the right, I have, what are we going to do? And those are just hypothetical lines there, the dashed and the dotted ones, for what the pumping might look like in these scenarios. But it does just illustrate the idea of having two of them to compare. So maybe Other is a slight increase right into the future, and then domestic is also not much of an increase linearly, and so on, right? Whereas ag is increasing by a lot more, and then so that said, basically we have the pumping projections have been provided by the major valley municipalities, and Loomis and Associates collected those. And so that's going to be a key part of the scenarios is, of course, what are we going to pump into the future? And then also, we want to not only, at this point, we're thinking we're going to project the pumping for the other categories that you see there aside from municipal as a flat line forward in time at the 2020 values to make a baseline scenario. So basically everything but municipal is going to just be the value it was in 2023 at a flat line forward. And then the scenario, is going to incorporate the municipal projections, and then that way we'll be able to isolate directly the effect of this plan in terms of the municipal pumpage. And then to your point earlier about the effluent, of course we need to have estimates of what the inflow is going to be in the future from the major contributing areas to the valley, West Fork, East Fork, and so on. And then the water imports, the external ones from South Tahoe and Incline Village, and then the internal effluent as well. I went through that pretty quick. Are there questions? Okay. So this is, just quickly, we could walk through here. This shows the projected municipal pumping that we were provided by Loomis and Associates. On the left, I have a map of each individual well, color-coded by the different municipalities. And there are also a couple proposed wells that are going to be active in the scenarios. It's kind of hard to see, but they have a black circle overlaying with the points. And then a few of the wells, 4 of them, I think, are not going to be active in the planned, in the scenarios, in the future runs that we're going to do. And then on the right, you see the rates that we were provided. They're totaled for each municipality. We have, of course, the rates have time variability for each of the wells and so on. And just want to point out that they're relatively flat because it's projected based on population growth, and it's really just a linearly increasing rate in the pumping based on population growth.
I just want to note that Minden purveys water. That's why they're so high. It's not like the town of Minden is using that much more. Is that accurate?
That is, yes. I should have pointed that out. That's very, very important thing to bring up. And then there's, of course, components of the Minden intertie and the quail water treatment plant coming online, and we do have those factored into the plan.
Don't want, just want to be accurate. Okay, Commissioner Gardner.
Okay, but I do have to ask the question. So I see the proposed wells, but I see some X's also on inactive wells. Is there a reason they're inactive? Do they not have water available, or are they just shut down because there's no water necessary from them right now, or what?
I don't know the answer. I can't really comment on that.
Maybe Mr. Richter does.
Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. So at least in the Douglas County system, the inactive, or the wells that are offline, are in regions. They're older wells, but they're also in regions with high arsenic content. So we've taken those offline. They are, I think, in the model and in the projections that we've given to the Carson Water Subconservancy District as part of their studies. We're looking at future treatment options if we ever had to bring those wells back online. But it's really a return on investment at that point, which is, as Commissioner Hales points out, if she hadn't pointed out, I want to make sure I did too, is that the Minden pumpage is really is a lot of that has to do with the wholesale water agreement and the intertie. So really While the water is coming from Minden Wells, it is distributed for use in the east side and west side now of Douglas County, and then a portion flows up into the Indian Hills area and Carson. So it is part of a wholesale agreement that the water comes from there, which is why that number is higher.
Commissioner Tolbert.
So when you mention the word arsenic, I know we were always, conscious of, the idea, but to my understanding, the requirements for the levels of arsenic changed. It wasn't that the water just went bad, correct? It was because we took like the World Health Organization, something like that, and the requirements boosted. It wasn't that the water changed significantly. It was that the requirements increased and that's what forced that to happen, right? It's not that we have this arsenic condition that's growing, correct? Maybe you can phrase that better. I think you know where I'm headed.
Okay. Phil, Director of Public Works, for the record, that's absolutely correct. In almost all cases, any changes we have to make from a municipal standpoint to treatment and treatment processes for the water is typically indicative of not a change in the groundwater itself or not a change in the source water, but a change in the EPA regulations. As you know, Sierra Country Estates, Jones Peak, a lot of the systems at the lake, which are surface water, not unrelated to this conversation here, but to your question, it's related, and that is the county took ownership of a lot of those water systems in the early 2000s because of just that, of changes in EPA regulations and private water systems that weren't funded sufficiently to be able to do the capital investments to bring them up to a standard of the current standard for drinking water. So that is something we are watching very closely, which is why I said in terms of the arsenic, it's less expensive right now to take a well that is bumping up against the arsenic limits offline to protect the rest of the system. But in the future, it may be one where we will have to invest in treatment of those wells. But right now, it's less expensive and a better use of resources to simply take those offline.
And so, yeah, this slide is really just trying to get at one of the most important pieces is what's going to be the inflow to the valley from the West Fork and the East Fork and the other contributaries in this future run that we're going to run forward, or all the scenarios that we're going to run from 2021 to 2051. And this is, I didn't really emphasize this on the other slide. This is really important because the model that we are working with actually calculates the supplemental pumping based on how much surface water flow there is at any given week, effectively every week. Anytime it's calculated on the fly. If there's not enough to meet their crop demand, the model switches on the supplemental pumps and you start pumping. So the model does that. And inflow is, of course, important. And I just want to walk you through this figure on the right. It's pretty, it's pretty convoluted, but more or less what I did is I got the West and East Fork flows for the full period of record from the USGS water information system over that period, water year 1940 to 2024. So that's quite a long record. I added up the flows for the West and the East, and then I made a bunch of different traces that you could see there that are gray. And I did that by starting, for example, in 1940. I would take 1940 and I would add all the flow up for the next 30 years. And so we're looking at one of those traces might be that what I just described. And so we're looking at accumulated flow over 30 years. But we're stepping forward year by year so that there are 56 traces up there. So the next one would be beginning with 1941, add up all the flow for the 30 years following 41, and then stepping all the way through. And you end up with 56 traces. I can't see my numbers there. Can you guys see what's behind the video? Okay, so, oh, I could see now that she moved it. I can see it on this monitor. Can you see it? Yeah. So, I'm sure you'll have questions after this, but just to finish this up, the green is if you started in 1969 and added all the west and east fork flows up for the 30 years following that, and that would end in 1998. And that's the maximum of all of the 56 30 water year permutations that I calculated here. And that value is in million acre feet. And then the bottom, the minimum, the smallest volume over a 30-year period ended up being 87 to 2016. And that was 8.8. So we had a range of roughly 2 million acre feet between all those scenarios. So none of them was anything more or less than those two numbers, is essentially what I'm saying. And I was actually really surprised how tight this is, like how close it is. I was expecting it to vary much more than it does. So, you know, we could rely on other options, global climate models, or, you know, other projected methods, but to predict it, to say what the inflow might be in the future. But we believe we're going to rely on repeating these historical inflows and the imported water that's happened in the past, because we believe that has the best possible opportunity for stakeholder buy-in and cooperation effectively. And the blue one is the one that we would like to repeat that one for all the scenarios. So it's not quite the minimum. It's not really in the middle, but it's already a part of the model. So it just kind of makes it a little easier to do that scenario that way. This last bullet it says if you take that 2 million acre feet between the green and the red and divide it by 35, you get essentially 70,000 acre feet, an average per water year. Questions?
Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. The stream flow portion of the input to the model obviously is one of the, I mean, it's one thing to say how much we're pumping out and looking at what the pumpage is, but trying to judge what the influent is and how much water is coming into the Carson River and into the valley is a critical component of this. I think the message here, that at least the message that when I looked at this is, you have to choose. I mean, you're predicting out in the future where you don't know what it's going to be. You have to choose some relative number of what the inflow from the various streams is going to be into the system. And it's probably inappropriate to assume it's always going to be running at a max at the highest level at the 10.9. It's also clearly not reasonable to assume it's at the minimum. But what the USGS is going to do in this initial model is operate sort of at the low end, not at the extreme low, but it sort of base the model on the assumption that stream flow is not maxed out or not historically high, and then see how that affects the pumpage, because obviously that's a more conservative approach than trying to say it's going to be at the middle and then find out it doesn't actually live up to that realization.
That's a great point. Yeah, it's not the worst case scenario, but it's still on the dry side. And so this just kind of bullets out our planned accomplishments. You know, we have to do this very quickly and get this completed on time and on budget. But we more or less just have to get our baseline scenario model run completed. I would like to take a look at just that model and see, you know, kind of interrogate it and see how things changed over time. So that run is going to be the one with the pumpage just flatlined, right? And then from there, we have a stakeholder meeting tentatively planned at the end of March, early April. I'd like to have that two scenarios to show at that meeting, you know, to be able to say, we got two, we looked at the differences, and this is why we think they're different, or this is how, that's going to allow us to kind of connect drops in groundwater to changes in stream flow, like how much did stream flow go up or down when we look at the difference between those two scenarios at Carson City. And so that won't give us like a stream capture kind of analysis, like well by well, but it will give us like a basin-wide idea of whether stream flow went up or down and how that might relate back to the pumping projections. And then of course we have to document our work and findings, and we're proposing to combine our reports for the upper and middle. So there's modeling in the middle and there's modeling in the upper. Eric Morway is working in the middle, and given the geographic overlap of the water rights, the system, they're right next to each other, we'd like to combine those reports so that we're not kind of repeating all the same material in the two reports, because they're going to have a lot of the same information, and we'd like to know if the board would consider this and whether they might approve it.
You mean right now?
Not necessarily.
Okay,
I don't
good.
know how this works.
Because we have a long agenda, and I'm thinking we're going to have to move forward pretty quick. So
That's fine.
Phil Richard, Director of Public Works, for the record. I think it's I don't think there's a formal request here for, because there's no board action that you could take at this point. This is for presentation only. But I think just for information, we wanted to share with you that the final report that comes out of this will be a report that is based on both the upper and middle portions of the modeling work that's being done. So it'll be it won't be an independent report for each. It'll be a combined report, but it'll cover the work that they're doing here.
Thank you.
But we do need some form of official approval at some point.
At some point. Very good. We appreciate the information and your patient answering of our questions. Thank you very much.
Sure, yeah. I think that's it. I have some acknowledgements, but I know that you got a tight schedule, so.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. We'll be moving on to presentation or agenda item 4.
I just had a real question before. When you talked about the public stakeholder meeting, which I agree that we need to have, that wouldn't be held here necessarily. That be open to the public.
It's coordinated by the Sub-Conservancy District, and it will be open to the public. Thank you.
Just to give the board a roadmap, my intention is to do agenda item 4 and 5. 5 will be quick, and then we'll take a 1-hour break, if that's all right. Okay. Agenda item 4 for presentation only, presentation of an update from the USGS on work being conducted for the Carson Valley Water Status and Trends Study. Ramon Naranjo, USGS, and Phil Rittger. And while they're getting settled in, welcome. Thank you for being here. I want to acknowledge that we have Ed James with us, the Director of Carson Water's Sub-Conservancy District, and a great friend to our county. So thank you.
Okay, and then how do I go back to share?
Well, it's already still, so if you'll hit the start slideshow. Or actually, let me double check. Let me double check that it is sharing.
All right, we're going to take about 3 minutes. We'll just take, I hate to take 5 minutes, but okay, 5 minutes. We'll start again at noon.
Yep.
Is there a way to close that window in it? Yeah.
All right, we're ready for agenda item 4. Dr. Naranjo.
Thank you for allowing me to go over a published report that had a number of different objectives. And my name is Ramon Naranjo. I'm a hydrologist with the U.S. Geological Survey. I've been working in the Carson Valley, Carson Basin for over 10 years, and I've had a number of different investigations looking at water availability and transport of nitrate in the aquifer. And when we got started on this report, it was justifiably so. We just published a nitrate transport report that looked at different scenarios regarding the use of septic tanks. And after that report was published, there was a number of requests for that the USGS give presentations on that report, because it was indicating that things were increasing over time. And so we went on several different meetings throughout the Carson Valley and lower lower counties and water purveyors, and made me realize that one of the things that USGS does really well is collect data. And we've had groundwater data and stream flow data collected in the Carson Valley for many decades. I mean, it goes back to 1800s for stream flow, in the late 1970s, early 80s for groundwater. And so the impetus of this study was to try to combine both things, is evaluate the status of nitrate since that report, and then put it into the context of what we're seeing currently, since it has been 10 years since that publication was released. But one of the other things I wanted to do was provide an online tool that the public could get access to water level information that's collected by the USGS, as well as water level data collected by the State Division of Water Resources, along with nitrate and arsenic data that's been collected from domestic wells. So in summary, this report, or this presentation, is going over the published report. There has been a couple of different things that were brought up during the last presentation with regards to infiltration basins. I recognized after a number of questions that have come up regarding recharge from runoff from some of the tributary flows. I will point out in our report, figure 5 shows a nice, what I would call kind of a eureka question mark response to the aquifer being induced by an unlined detention basin where water levels came up over 20 feet and had they stayed up high, and over 10 years only dropped 5. So there's a really good figure in the report, and there's some discussion on what happened during that time that there was water being stored in an unlined detention basin, and what the aquifer response was, because every other well on the eastern side of the valley were undergoing declines. And so I would encourage you to take a look at that figure in the report.
Commissioners, just what, I'll preempt your question. It is page 726 in your board packet, is where that figure is and the narrative on that.
Madam Chairman, may I ask a quick question? I just noticed on the second page, or maybe it's the second page, you said that the declining water levels, are you talking about just the east side, right? Because my understanding, it's not declining on the west side.
And I'll get to that. I'm sorry, I kind of went way ahead, but I wanted to, there were a couple of things that came up in the last presentation that I didn't have on this presentation that I'm providing, but I wanted to provide additional clarification. So if you had any other questions, you could go to that report, because it kind of addresses some of that. So the background of the study, again, is that we've done a number of different investigations regarding stream flow nitrate concentrations and in groundwater nitrate concentrations. And I'll point out that there's at least 3 different reports by the USGS that discuss the issue of septic tank usage and its effects on groundwater concentrations. And the surface water study that was done by Nancy Alvarez from our office was looking at what was the response to the Carson River as a result of increased nutrients and that were stimulating algal growth. And that was funded, I believe, by the state of Nevada and with cooperation with Carson Water Subconservancy. The nitrate report that I put together up on the upper left was utilizing existing tools. It was the Jaeger groundwater flow model that was previously discussed. And what we did is we took that model and constructed different types of scenarios. And so right now what we're doing is that report was published in 2013. It's been many years since that report was published, and we have additional data. So what I'm presenting here is a follow-up on that report and the status of nitrate concentrations, and then to discuss in overview what we know about water level change and arsenic change in the aquifer in Carson Valley. So,
Thank you for that. And just to clarify or give background for those who may not know, my understanding is if people have wells on their property and then nitrate or arsenic increase, that's their thing. It's not our I mean, we care about it, but it's not our problem to solve or to inform them of necessarily. Is that? I mean, we want to inform them of it, but we don't, I'm just trying to figure out what is the context of the county.
Phil Whitaker, Director of Public Works. You're correct. I mean, it's not that we don't want to inform, that we don't, there is no mechanism for us to inform them because domestic wells and the operation of domestic wells and even septic systems is regulated by the state and through the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection, either the Bureau of Safe Drinking Water or the Bureau of Water Pollution Control, which controls the septic. So it's really, you're absolutely right. It's not in our jurisdiction to be able to do that, and we have no mechanism to require residents to test their wells. As someone who is on a well, I do pull samples and send it to a lab at least once every 2 years for that reason, just to make sure there is nothing happening in my area.
Right. And as a matter of informing and educating our residents, that's a good goal. As a matter of responsibility, it's just not ours. I think I have that right.
Where you make a valid point on the issue of municipalities is that as the aquifer is being impacted by the use of septic tanks, it could have a negative impact on the municipal wells if they start to see nitrate concentrations. But typically, municipal wells are drilled to much deeper depth. But in many areas, with the water table declines, as that water level is declining, it could be getting closer to the screened interval of these wells, depending on whether those municipal wells are recharging back to some state where the screened interval is above where it's being impacted by the septic tanks. So that is the one caveat, is that it may over time result in municipal wells being impacted. Yeah. So one of the things I'm showing here is another figure on the left, and I want to also just generalize what we have seen in the aquifer based on some studies related to arsenic. And the green line corresponds to nitrate. In the groundwater transport modeling report on the upper left, if you took the average concentrations from a number of wells throughout the valley, the concentrations are more elevated up at the top part of the aquifer. And as you move down into the aquifer at depth, the concentrations of nitrates decline. And it declines because there's biological activity in the aquifer that consumes oxygen and it consumes the nitrate, and you don't typically have the conditions for which nitrate is very mobile at depth. And that's probably a good thing for nitrate in municipal wells, right? It's going to be, concentrations are relatively high. The orange line on the figure shows the relative concentrations of what we know about arsenic. Arsenic has the inverse relationship. concentrations are typically lower where the oxygen is higher in the upper part of the aquifer. And as you go deeper into the aquifer sediments, there's a lot of different layering of natural sediments that store arsenic in the clays and in the fine silty geologic formation. And the concentrations are generally higher as you go deeper into the aquifer. So as water tables are declining, the assumption is that the source water for which you would be pulling in a well would have a reduction in nitrate, but then you're starting to see possibly an effect on arsenic and other things if people are having to or re-drill their wells into a deeper depth, which I do have some figures that kind of show that effect in certain areas of the county. So again, to reiterate, what we know about nitrate is that septics are the main source of nitrate to the aquifer. There are other sources, but our investigation used stable isotopes to fingerprint nitrate in the aquifer, and nitrate isotopes and oxygen isotopes have distinct signatures for septic. And those signatures were pretty strong in the samples that we collected from the aquifer that were related to septic waste. Typically, nitrate in the aquifer that might be getting impacted from atmospheric sources or even fertilizer sources will have its own distinct character. And what we found, even in the agricultural areas where they might be applying fertilizer, those areas did not have high concentrations of nitrate. So the process for which nitrate comes out of a septic tank comes out in the form of nitrogen. And as it moves through the unsaturated zone, that nitrogen undergoes transformations. Usually you think about nitrogen as like urea that comes out of the body into a waste stream, and that urea will transport to ammonia in the unsaturated zone and then become nitrate as it gets absorbed by the water. So the nitrate being formed in a shallow aquifer in this illustration on the upper right will cause elevated concentrations closer to where all these leach fields are located. So the more leach fields you have closer together, the expectation is that you're going to be loading the aquifer with higher nitrate. So if you have perhaps one septic field for 10 acres, you're going to have less of an impact if you had more septic tanks in 1 acre, for example. So depending on the well depth, of course, you're going to have different sources or arrival times to the aquifer. Depending on the density and the age of the home, older homes, been around longer, would have impacted the aquifer much longer than homes that were built more recently. The ability and upstream septic systems, if you have high density communities of septics, what we found with our modeling results is that nitrate is very mobile in the aquifer, and if you have pumping going on away from the high septic density fields, like through agriculture or even municipal pumping, you can actually move the nitrate away from where it's being sourced from the high density areas. What we also found is that the ability of nitrate to be diluted through atmospheric or recharge events, we don't get the amount of precip that you might expect, or what you would get in eastern states, for example. We don't have a whole lot of precipitation to dilute what's in the aquifer through natural recharge. So the concentrations can just become more elevated over time. Areas closer to a river where there's a lot more recharge and more groundwater surface water interaction, you're going to get less concentrations built up over time. But areas that have, like in the eastern part of the valley, where recharge may be less, you're going to have a buildup of concentration. So what I'm showing here is baseline predictions for example, for Johnson Lane area. The upper left figure shows what occurred in the future as a result of continual loading if people were continuing to use septic systems and domestic pumping was still ongoing. And these were, again, scenarios that we wanted to run at the time in the event that we were going to remove septic tanks and then remove people from, well, not me, but the county would decide to put people on septic tanks, and then they would take them off their domestic wells and put them on municipal. So I noticed you have
Thank
questions.
you, Dr. Naranjo. I have trouble with your name.
It's okay.
And it's been a few years since we've seen you,
Yep.
and I appreciate you coming and visiting with us again. These are critical issues, not only the amount of water we have, but the quality of the water we have, okay? Two different issues. And certainly the simulated results of Ruhenstroth, that's in my district, so I try to pay attention to that as closely as I possibly can. And we have a double whammy process there, okay, is that we have no domestic water, everybody is on wells in that area, and we have no domestic sewer. So we have no county sewer. So we have a double whammy there where everybody's using septic, everybody's using wells. And as their aquifer depletes, of course, and we have to go deeper into that aquifer, then we have a risk of not only we may get out of the nitrate field, but then we start getting into the arsenic field, right? So as I understand that equation. And this is really good. And while we don't have a responsibility anyways, we do have, I know that we have a failing septic system in Pineview Estates, and there's going to have to be some type of a sewer system. I believe they're looking at running a sewer line from basically Gardnerville down through the property there on the easements adjacent to 395, through Ruhenstroth, adjacent to Ruhenstroth, over the mountain, over the hill to Pineview Estates. And so I think that it's indicative or imperative, not indicative, but imperative of our board to look at methods of somehow encouraging the tie-ins, lateral tie-ins to that sewer system by our customers or our residents in the Ruhenstroth area. Because you're seeing here what the impact can be should we really do that, okay? So we either get them water, domestic water that's safe, or we get them, or we remove the hazards out of that area. Is that how I'm understanding this?
Yeah, so that's a good point to point out, because these three scenarios that we ran investigated those two other options. What happens if you take people off septics and provide municipal water? What goes on in the aquifer in the event that you're no longer loading it? And then if you take people off, no septic systems and no domestic pumping, does the nitrate kind of move away over time? I'm sorry, I might have said Johnson Lane, but the results here are showing the Ruhenstroth area. Yeah, and what I think was going on at the time, and it was discussed in the report. So this area doesn't necessarily have the amount of recharge that other areas in Johnson Lane might have, but it's in a bowl, and we've had some major declines in water levels in the Ruhenstroth area, and because the system is shaped in such that you're not getting a whole lot of flow through that aquifer in that area, the concentrations do build up, and the only removal process that's happening in the Ruhenstroth area is through the domestic wells. So even after you've taken septic systems out, the nitrate tends to linger over time. So that's one thing to consider if there was going to be.
And we're getting very little recharge of the aquifer in that area also, right?
Right.
I know there's been exceptions. 2023 was an exception, but yeah.
Well, I will point out in some of the figures in the water level trends for the wells that we have data for, some areas don't see recharge at all, even when there's substantial years. And so Ruhenstroth would be one of those where the water level declines, even in extreme wet years. There just isn't ephemeral drainages running through that area that would contribute to aquifer recharge. So you don't see it increase as you might expect, even in substantial wet years.
So in your scenario where you've removed septic systems, does that include the denitrification septic systems? Or where does that fit? Is that just reducing the amount of nitrates going in, or is that virtually eliminating that? Or has that been considered? Because I know in that area, all new systems are denized.
So I'm not sure I understand the question, but so for domestic homes that were where we simulated the septic system effluent loading to the aquifer, we ran a scenario for 50 years and said, okay, what are the concentrations in the aquifer as a result of that particular and other homes continuing to load just from basic usage, domestic usage? What was the concentrations of the aquifer in that area as a result of the increased the loading over time? And then we ran a scenario where at some point in the future, we took those individual homes and said, we're going to group all those people, remove them from loading the aquifer. And these are older homes. So maybe some of the newer developments have different types of treatment systems that probably are more efficient than some of the older leach fields that are in use. So so just to be clear, we took the existing leach field scenario that I showed up, I actually have up there. That's the conceptual model for what we used in the model. So these other types of leach, I don't know why I know so much about septic systems, but some of these other ones do a better job of reducing effluent. So I think if there's some that actually have a better efficiency and they have better effective reductions to an aquifer, but I made no assumptions about what would be used in the future with more efficient use of different types of septic systems. I just said, in this community, what would happen if they just simply connected the source of effluent to, a sewer line, and those homes are no longer discharging effluent to the aquifer.
So as I understand it, though, we currently do require denitrification systems on new septic installations, but that hasn't always been the case in the county, has it, Mr. Richter?
Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. Yeah, that's actually not been the case in the state. So yeah, from a state standpoint, they are requiring denitrification systems on new installations. I think to Commissioner Tolbert's question, this model, the model that was run, assumes that nitrates, introduction of nitrates essentially goes to zero, hence take away all septics. Your question is really, and what I don't know is, does a denitrification system functionally take nitrate to zero, or does it simply reduce the amount? Does it take 100% of the nitrates in a traditional system and drop it to 10%? I think if it's not taking it to zero, then it would not be the equivalent of a complete removal. And what you'd really be looking at is extending the timeline for the loading process. So the loading process would take longer, not that it would not happen.
Right, and I guess that's what I was getting at, is if this model includes growth, that's really not an accurate model. It's a little more extreme because of the growth is going to have a denitrification system on it, which would reduce the amount of nitrates going in. So I guess that's where I was getting at, is if that model took that into consideration.
So Bill Rittker, Director of Public Works, for the record. The Runesroth area actually is unique, not only geologically and from a morphology standpoint, but it's also unique in the sense that there's almost no growth in that area. It's been built out. So really, you're looking at from a modeling world, you're looking at a perfect black box. So everything that's in the black box is in there right now. It's just what's going to happen to it.
Yeah, so you're accurate in that we didn't add additional septic use from additional development. So in terms of new growth, we didn't add additional septic systems to the model. One of the things I'll say is that we used the isotope fingerprinting method not only to identify the sources, whether it was fertilizer, natural or septic manure type sources, but you could use the isotopes to identify whether denitrification is happening naturally in the aquifer. Again, with the data that we've collected, again, most of the domestic wells are in the shallow zone. And in the shallow wells that we collected samples for and analyzed those for isotope, evaluated those for denitrification, natural denitrification in the aquifer, there was no evidence to suggest that it was occurring. And usually denitrification in an aquifer is limited by carbon. So areas near a river where there's carbon coming in from other natural riverine sources, you can fuel denitrification naturally in the aquifer, but in the areas where there's high nitrate, it's probably not undergoing those types of transformations because it's limited by a carbon source to get the natural bacterial going. So one of the things that we also talked about in this report is arsenic. We didn't do any modeling per se in the work that I've been involved in, but we have done a number of different compilation reports looking at arsenic in the aquifer, and Angie Paul in our office conducted a pilot study where they were looking at in situ remediation of arsenic. That was published in 2010, and there's a number of different findings from that report that have been useful for us to understand the mechanisms of arsenic in our aquifer system. We drew up this conceptual model here that shows the valley, Carson Valley, where the river is and where the different types of speciation of arsenic kind of contributes to either the mobility of arsenic or the immobility of arsenic. And there's different forms, I will say. It's very complicated chemistry, but in general, what we've identified with these different reports is that there are various parts of the aquifer that accumulate or have higher arsenic concentrations, and it's because it's naturally occurring, and the geological formation is conducive to storage of that arsenic. And depending on whether it's oxygen or the redox state of the aquifer, if it's highly oxygenated or low oxygenated, will result in whether you have different forms of arsenic. And there are more mobile forms in the aquifer that can be drawn into a municipal well. But again, what we have found is that typically on the west part of the valley, there's lower arsenic concentrations because you have more granitic type sediments, and granitic sediments do not have a whole lot of naturally occurring arsenic concentrations. And then off to the eastern side of the valley in the pine nuts, there's more volcanics. And over time, that material has been eroded off those mountains and found its way into the valley floor. And over millennia, those sediments have been buried, and the aquifer has a lot of layering of these fine sedimentary deposits that have higher arsenic concentrations. So the deeper aquifer, again, the wells can have, again, the more reduced form, arsenic-3, and that is the more mobile form of arsenic. But again, the data that we have, because many of the municipalities have to collect their own arsenic and nitrate data for the Clean Water Act and make sure that that water that they're providing meets the standards. What we have found is some of the data that we have is kind of insufficient for us to make any assertions about what's going on with domestic homes and arsenic. There's been a number of different reports that have talked about the effectiveness of treatment of arsenic that are available, and I think I did cite them in the report. So again, we talked a little bit about water level data. This is just a couple figures showing the water level decline since the 70s. Earlier, there was mentioned about half a foot of decline over the period of record, but over the more recent record, the slope of that trend of the water level data that we have in our wells has changed. It's been steepened. And there's in these 3 wells shown here, we have over 25 feet of water level decline since the early 1980s. But those declines are only on the eastern side of the valley. And I think these are kind of out of order. So they're on the eastern side of the valley. The wells that are in the center part of the valley receive recharge from the river, and those variations kind of fluctuate as river flows recharge the aquifer. And even during pumping, some of the municipal wells that are pumping, the responses in some of those wells do have recovery from recharge from the river. Again, I've been jumping around a little bit, but one thing I'll say is that one of the other objectives of this report was to provide a dashboard or an online tool, and our office have perhaps leading the country in terms of developing dashboards for public and for water agencies in the state. Before even the national dashboard was developed, we had one that was developed specifically for water right purchases, or water right release for the restoration of Walker Lake. It's called the Walker Basin Hydro Mapper. The reason why I'm bringing this up is that part of this objective was develop one for the Carson River Basin. And as I mentioned before, it has data in there that shows our real-time stream flow data as well as the water level data, nitrate and arsenic. Again, these were all different tools developed for different reasons. The Carson River Basin Hydro Mapper was intended for water levels, arsenic and nitrate. The Lake Tahoe Hydro Mapper that I was involved in designing and developing was intended for stream loads, tracking lake clarity, investigating the turbidity entering Lake Tahoe. Of course, part of Douglas County has property up on the shoreline, so you would want to be interested to know that we do have a dashboard specifically set up for identifying real-time loads resulting from even high intense rainstorm events that might be contributing from earlier discussions. You might even see those pulses of sediment coming in from some of those recent runoff events. So moving on, sorry, it's taking me a little bit. 3 objectives: evaluate the arsenic water levels, nitrate and arsenic in groundwater. In the aquifer, we wanted to look at the current network of wells and make some suggestions and changes to the well network. Based on the long-term data set that we've looked at, can we make any inferences about where we have data gaps, information gaps, science gaps, where we see things that are changing and where possibly we need more information to kind of track the changes that we're seeing. And then thirdly was to develop this Carson Basin Hydro Mapper tool. So I'm going to go through the findings first, and then I'm going to show the results of the work. Simply in bulleted form, there's a lot on there. Water levels, nitrate and arsenic concentrations measured from our monitoring wells, and these are domestic wells. We didn't include municipal wells in our analysis. This is just domestic wells that USGS has been collecting data since going back to the 50s for arsenic, and then more commonly since the 70s, 80s for nitrate concentrations. And I wanted to look at it from a perspective of time series and then spatial, can we make inferences about the spatial distribution as well as how they change over time. We identified community areas in Douglas County that we can overlap on where we had all this data. So we wanted to combine all the information that we've been measuring from the aquifer and say something about these community areas. So we included that in our analysis. One of the things we found that there is a lot of gaps, data gaps in select community areas. And what I've discussed here, we don't have enough data to adequately characterize water level change, nitrate change, or even arsenic. Arsenic is a different beast. There isn't a whole lot of data, recent data collected for arsenic in domestic wells, but we do have a monitoring program for nitrates and water level. But for Pine Nuts, North Agricultural Area, Indian Hills, Jacks Valley, Genoa, and Gardnerville are some of the areas, the community areas, where we just don't have a whole lot of information. We have limited data. We have 1 or 2 wells in many cases. And some of those areas, if there's in fact going to be more demands on groundwater, we might want to know more about the groundwater conditions. Nitrate modeling in the Ruinstrath, Johnson Lane, Gardenville Ranchos, Indian Hills have a cluster of wells with nitrate concentrations that have exceeded the MCL of 10 milligrams per liter. Arsenic concentrations remain a concern for many domestic users. And this was illustrated in some of the other reports or publications where they collected local community wells and identified whether the efficiency of the treatment system, like reverse osmosis, was effective of removing arsenic concentrations. But there's little data that we have pertaining to domestic wells and how those concentrations might be changing for arsenic in our well network. What we found was that after we looked at the time series data, we ran some statistics to kind of give us some confidence in either the direction, the upward direction or the downward change that we are seeing, to infer whether those trends are statistically significant. So we did this analysis. We found that 17 out of 26 monitoring wells are declining. About 65% of the wells that we're monitoring are declining. And in many cases, through recent changes in land ownership, one of the most upsetting things to have when you have a long-term data record is when a homeowner decides they don't want you back collecting water level data, and especially when it starts in the 80s. So many of the sites out in the Ruinstrath area where we had a really long record of water level, we lost access because the homeowner decided he didn't want us measuring the water levels in that well. So we had one well in Ruinstrath that had a great long-term record, and over the last 5 years, we had to shift gears to another willing domestic home to collect data. So there is a break in the record at that location, but we used that information from that historic record to make to run some analysis and determine what is the relative change that we're seeing in that area.
Dr. Morano, this line says nitrate monitoring within the Ruinstrath, Johnson Lane, Gardenville Ranchos have clusters of wells with nitrate contributions exceeding EPA maximum contaminant level. I know that the Gardenville Ranchos are both on domestic water and domestic sewer.
Yep.
So but they are picking up water. I mean, they're delivering water from their aquifer. I realize that. So
I do have a slide in this presentation that really addresses what you're talking about. It is true that Gardenville Ranchos has a municipal area that they provide municipal water to. The trends and the concentrations that we're showing are those wells that are not in the area. So I want to make sure it's very clear, and it's not municipal well water that we're discussing here. It's domestic, and in some areas they're just not. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Phil Whitaker, Director of Public Works. The areas that are defined within the USGS and historically the areas that are defined are not the town boundaries, so or the GID boundaries. So in the case of the Gardenville Ranches, when he talks about that area, it's a much larger area. The monitoring well is actually west of Gardenville Ranchos proper, out in an area which is under septic and domestic wells.
Okay. So what these figures represent is just the count, the number of wells for which we have data for water level measurements. The upper left goes back to 1980s, just to be consistent. On the x-axis for all these figures, we do have data that goes back even further for water levels. But I wanted to highlight, since 1980, what data we have in the valley. And you can see that, right after 2005, there was a sharp increase in water level data. And I think what happens is when there's an onset of an investigation where USGS gets involved and we need more data, I think what happens is that, part of the scientists at the time decides we need additional water level information. So they do more comprehensive sampling or water level measurements to help inform the models that they're using at the time. So for calibration purposes, they will go out and collect data. So again, these are just counts. It's like how many wells do we have collected for water levels? Go ahead.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
So maybe you're trying to answer the question by saying there's more data that you're collecting, which shows on these graphs, and I never could understand graphs very well, but your presentation has said the water level is going down, but if you look at your graph, besides the 2005 through 8 period, it's gone up.
These are the number of measures, not
number
the
of
actual
measures.
one.
Okay, thank you. Well, you answered my question.
Yeah, so these are a number of measurements. How much data do we have? Not the concentrations or the elevations. If you just simply said, how many observations do you have in a million? It's okay, it's okay. Yeah, so I'll try to, it's hard to see the axis, so I'm going to try to, each one of these figures, I'll try to explain as best I can what they represent.
Yeah, Phil Richter, Director of Public Works.
Let me just note first. This is a very interesting topic, but we need to move sort of expeditiously.
Okay.
So if it turns out we need to have you back, we can do that. But I'm just reminding the board and everyone that we need to move expeditiously.
Appreciate that, Commissioner Hales. The only comment I want to make, and it's probably it's what Ramon has mentioned already, and that is, if you look at water level measurements, and without looking at the history, just look at current, the far right, far right side of these bars, we're below 100 monitoring wells essentially, or they're collecting less than 100 data points annually on water level measurements in the entire county. On the nitrate level, you're below 20. And on the arsenic level, it's 0. So the point, I think, on this graph is that a lot of this modeling, a lot of the discussions and stuff is based on very, very small sample sizes, or in some cases statistically significant, but very small. And so one of the goals is to really figure out how we can get more people involved in a monitoring program so that we can have more robust data and more better ability to predict in the future.
Thank you. So I promise to go a little bit quicker on the next slides. To raise the point about deepening wells, in some of the areas in Carson Valley, in these community areas, the Division of Water Resources tracks the number of domestic wells where they have decided to deepen their wells. And a homeowner may have multiple reasons for why they deepen a well. When you look at them spatially, they happen to be in the areas where some of the more sharper declines are within the aquifer. But in this table, in the report, Table 2, we went ahead and summarized the number of wells in each community area that have been deepened. And as you can see, Ruhenstroff, there's been 51 wells in that area where a domestic homeowner has decided to deepen the wells, which is very expensive. Indian Hills, Jack Valley, Johnson Lane, 77. It's a much larger area. You can see the area 29 or 26.9 square miles. If you looked at it from a density perspective, Ruhenstroff having only 8 square miles with 51 wells being deepened, that's a pretty high density of wells. And again, these are just, they're in the report, and they're highlighted to illustrate what kinds of information we have for each community area. And as was pointed out, we have some areas where we have long-term records. And some of the plot that was showed earlier, where there was lots of data measurement points per year, may only come from 1 or 2 wells. And for a community area that is as large as like Johnson Lane, 1 or 2 wells really doesn't give you a whole lot of information for a size that large. So we're talking about Johnson Lane. Currently in the water level network, we have 3 monitoring wells for an area which is 26 square miles. East Valley, Fish Springs, Foothills, there's a lot more measurements, but again, only limited number of monitoring wells in those areas. And the same could be said about nitrate. We do have a long-term record. There's been periodic studies like we did in the transport report where we went out and collected more data spatially throughout the valley, but more of our long-term record consists of wells that limited wells that we've had data for a long period of time. Going back to this figure again, shows the areas where we've had the maximum change in or maximum water level declines in our water level measurements. I want to point out again the one well in East Valley, which is shown on the third plot on the right, in the middle. That purple marks that are close to the 20 feet of increase. That well corresponds to the well that I had mentioned where that unlined infiltration area where the aquifer was responding to recharge in an area that wouldn't normally get it from the ephemeral flows. The rate of change, again, is about 5 feet of decline over time. It's slow to decrease. It mounted as a result of all the recharge that was being used in that well. This is the only well in the area where we had substantial increases in the water levels. So going back to the questions about aquifer recharge from detention basins, this clearly shows that you do get a recovery in the aquifer as a result of some managed use of that water. Whether it was legal or not, who knows, but it's not my to say. So one of the things we did look at was the distribution again of nitrate and arsenic in the aquifer. These two figures show where the concentrations are above the MCLs for nitrate with 10 micrograms per liter for nitrate and 10 observed nitrate. Arsenic should be micrograms. They're both, yeah, there might be an error with that. But so the values that are shown in red are the ones that are above the MCL. The concentrations in arsenic are higher in the eastern part of the valley and lower again closer to or on the western side. The Ruhenstroff, Gardnerville Ranchos, Johnson Lane, and Indian Hills area have clusters of wells that have concentrations above the MCL. The data again was combined into community areas just to kind of give some insight as to what the range of concentrations for both arsenic and nitrate in observations. One thing to point out in these figures, again, are the numbers that are above the plots there. They correspond to the number of wells and the number of measurements. The number of measurements is the first number. The number of wells is the ones that are in parentheses. So again, for Pine Nut, we have one well, one observation, not a whole lot of information there. However, in Johnson Lane, we have 343 measurements at 63 wells, lots more confidence in at least in some of those wells, but for nitrate and for arsenic, the same holds true in that some areas where we have really high concentrations of arsenic, we just don't have a whole lot of data to infer whether that is consistent across the entire community area. It just tells us how many wells did we have concentrations above the MCL for both. Looking at the nitrate trends shows some indication for what we're talking about in terms of the overall changes. We predicted in our model that nitrates were going to continue to increase over time. And what in that model was predicted out, I think when at the time present day was maybe 2010 or so. So since then, it's increased about 4 milligrams per liter since that report was published. And the concentrations have been consistent above the MCL at this well 34 in Johnson Lane. We do have areas that are approaching the MCL, like well number 33 is around 8 milligrams per liter. The well, other wells within Johnson Lane where there's little to no change in those wells, those are areas where, for example, well 31 so happened to be a homeowner deepened the well and went from concentrations that were kind of increasing over time to almost nothing. And what's shown here in well 31 is the concentration change since that well had been sampled and deepened. East Valley, where there was a stark increase and then decline, we don't know what caused that pulse of nitrate to increase in the aquifer and then decline. It could have been, it could have been a number of different things resulting in that response. Gardenville Ranchos, again, we have one well. On the last data point on this figure corresponds to data collected in December of 2022. More recent data has shown that the concentration is pretty much slightly above the MCL at that well. So it's consistent with what's shown here, where the concentration's hovering above the MCL at site 27. Other wells have been relatively steady or steadily increasing over time. The Ruhenstroff well, again, is kind of stabilized after a sharp increase, stabilized around 2012. Going back to the question about Gardenville Ranchos, and I pulled this out because there was some concerns about what was in the report, and I want to caveat what we found is that we are collecting data outside of the Gardenville Ranchos municipal service area, which is shown here in the purple on the left. Our well data is shown here on the right, shows the cluster of wells collected, what data we have in our hydromapper, and what I'm showing there in that 11.9 milligrams per liter. That was the last time that sample was collected. And the concentrations in the service area closer to the river have not shown concentrations above 1 milligram per liter. So again, inferencing that they're probably getting a lot of recharge from the river, and therefore the concentrations are going to be lower in those shallower wells. Again, there's a big information gap that we have in our database in the center of Gardenville Ranchos because those are all serviced areas, and we don't have any data being collected in any of the shallow aquifer serviced areas. Again, I'll briefly go through this. This is just what you guys have available to your needs. I hope you guys get a chance to use it don't try it on your phone. Use your laptops or desktops in your office or at home, because it doesn't function that well on your cell phones. But one of the things that we wanted to incorporate was climate data. You could look at it as radar or weather associated with the different layers that are in the mapper. We have snowtail sites, so if you are interested to know what how much snow water equivalent in the Tahoe Basin, or not in the Tahoe Basin, but in the Carson Basin. Not many snowtail sites that are in the Carson Basin, but they use a series of snowtail sites to make projections. Reclamation uses a number of different wells to make projections on streamflow forecasts. You have access to all that information on this mapper, all at one location, or at least one website. It takes you directly to their website, but it gives all the information here. What's shown, what I have in this image is the nitrate observations collected since 1963 to 2023. Of course, the slide's old. You can slide that bar all the way to more recent data, and it'll show all the data points. And you can use the slider to go, what is the concentrations over the last 10 years, or you can zoom in and out to get access to the data on any particular sets of years or year.
Cool.
Just the way you navigate the tool, again, look at when it first fires up, it's going to have some information that comes up, and it tells you a little bit about the tool and where to get access to it. But what I'm highlighting here are the different options that you can set in the legend. It tells you what the scale is of the colors. It gives you the source of information, where to get, if you want to cite this information, it tells you where the information's coming from. Not everything in here is coming from USGS. We're combining data from other sources. So again, those are all found in the layers. You can get access to stream flow gauges, discrete water level measurements, arsenic, nitrate, and you see in yellow shows the NDWR, the Division of Water Resource, has their own water level data network. We scrape that data and bring it into this mapper so you can look at it all on one site. We also have weather conditions. One of the great things that we utilize for Tahoe that's might be important for Carson as well, we have real-time, so a lot of this data, spatial data, is real-time data, so how it changes every day. And when there was the Caldor fire that was burning in Tahoe, we utilized the tool that used the fire mapping tool that was in our hydromapper to make inferences about what kinds of change we would see in turbidity in our streams. Same thing is what we added to this was the fire, wildland fire. So in real time, if there was a fire in the Carson, you could actively keep track of that fire's progression as it's being published from those data sources. And then you can look at our stream flow record and see, well, if there was a rain event that occurred within a fire scarp, would you see that in the response in the stream flow hydrograph? One of the other things we added was the community areas. So you can click on the community areas, look at the Ruhenstroth area, look at the number of wells that we have in those areas, and then do some exploratory things on your own if you wanted to. Again, just to highlight, we have our USGS wells, we have their NDW Divisional Water Resource wells in the mapper. One of the other things you can do is if you click on any one of the observations that we have, it pops up with a chart that shows that well's concentration relative to the entire basin. So arsenic arsenic is not just a problem in Carson Valley. As you know, Fallon area has some substantial issues with arsenic. And I would say with this funding, what you guys have provided for developing this tool is providing this kinds of information beyond Carson Valley. You guys are doing a wonderful job by investing into this tool, because those folks in Churchill County can look at this data and examine those concentrations as well. Yeah, send them the bill. So I made reference to a number of different reports that I mentioned early on the onset of this presentation. These are just to highlight where those data or those reports are published, and everything is available online through our pubs warehouse.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
This is, at the beginning when I said we're not responsible for individual wells, I didn't mean to imply that this information doesn't have a lot of relevance to us, because it does. And Commissioner Gardner pointed that out. And so thank you for this. And I do think it's good to alert individuals that they might want to test. Yeah.
Commissioners, the worker for the record, in light of this, and especially the fact that the hydromapper tool itself has now been published and is available online, I'm going to work with our IT group to get that posted to our website, both internally and externally, so that the public has an easy link to be able to get to that information.
If members of the public wanted to be part of your well testing, could they?
I appreciate that question, yes, because we are looking to add additional wells to our network.
That is terrific information, and I'm glad you answered that question, because Quite frankly, we do require GIDs and ourselves to test on a regular basis, right, every 30 days, I suppose. I don't know what the time frame is exactly, but we need to encourage our residents who are on septic and on, personal wells to test their water. That's extremely important in my mind.
Perhaps we could include that in the newsletter or maybe a link on our website.
Yeah, so one thing I'll say, the data that we collect, right, is done with USGS protocols. We have standard practices where we go out and we have to do, we have policies on how we collect data and what labs are certified to do those results. So what I'm showing here is just USGS data that's being collected. If a homeowner decides that they want their well tested and they send it off for analysis, that's fine. But the data itself, the concentrations are kind of held in with the homeowner. They don't typically release that information. And unfortunately, we don't have any way of tracking those concentrations. I wish there was, but they're.
So it's really more useful if they go through you.
If they want the data, if the data wants to be shared amongst public, yes, but I think it's up to the homeowner to decide what they want to do. And typically, we don't have the mechanisms to contract with the local person to do a sample like that, I don't think. It would have to come from Douglas County deciding to add additional wells in areas where the public are having concerns, and then we could go from there. And then that data will be available online in this tool.
Good, thank you very much. All right. I would like to take the next agenda item because I think I saw Zach Wadley here and it's just presentation only. Wait a minute.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I'm right. For presentation only, agenda item 5. Mr. Wadley, thanks for being here for a first reading of this. Introduction of Ordinance 2025-1653, amending Title III, Chapter 3.50 of the Douglas County Code by increasing the monthly surcharge for the enhancement or improvement of the telephone system used for reporting emergencies from 75 cents per access or mobile line and $7.50 per trunk line to $1 per access or mobile line and $10 per trunk line, reducing the limit on the uncommitted balance in the 911 surcharge special revenue fund from $1 million to $500,000 and providing for all other properly related matters. This is first reading.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Zach Wadley, District Attorney's Office. Some of you may be thinking, I thought we already did this, and you did. You had introduced this ordinance late last year. After introduction, the District Attorney's Office discovered a substantive error in the language of the ordinance regarding the calculation of the trunk line fee, which per Nevada law has to be 10 times the amount of the individual line fee. And by the way, trunk lines can be thought of as sort of the main lines that distribute out to the individual lines. But that was fixed. It was a substantive error, so we had to start the process again, which is why you're seeing it for introduction right now. And I would note that a business impact statement will be prepared for this ordinance, and you'll see that at a future board meeting.
Looks like we're all good. Thank you very much. All right, then we are going to adjourn until 2 o'clock. That's almost 1 hour. It is 2 minutes after 2, and we are ready to reconvene. We are on agenda item 6 for possible action discussion to adopt resolution 2024R-122, a master plan amendment, DP 24-0135, changing the future land use designation of a 5-acre portion of a 24-acre parcel from agricultural to commercial, and adopt ordinance 2024-1646, a zoning map amendment, DP 24-0136, changing the zoning district for a 5-acre portion of a 24-acre parcel from A19, agriculture 19-acre minimum parcel size, to GC, general commercial. The subject parcel is located on APN 1320-32-501-001 north and northeast of the Zerolene Road and US Highway 395 intersection, behind the businesses fronting Highway 395. The parcel is within the Minden Community Plan. The property owner is Dorian Fott's 2009 Revocable Trust. This is the second reading and will be presented by Lucille Rayo. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hales. For the record, Lucille Rayo, Community Development. I'm just going to do a quick intro for the presentation from the applicant's representative. On December 10th, both the master plan amendment and zoning map amendment were presented to the Planning Commission. The Commission voted to recommend approval to the board. It's important to note that in September, the town of Minden also voted to approve both applications. On January 6th, we presented the first reading of the ordinance for the zoning map amendment to you. Today, you are presented with both the master plan request and the second reading of the ordinance for the zoning map amendment for consideration. Each item will be voted on independently. Staff is recommending approval. Findings can be found on packet page 763. Today, we have a presentation from Gary Thurm with Three Castles Engineering for you.
Gary Thurm, for the record, representing Dorian Fott. Chairwoman Hales, Vice Chairman Gardner, Commissioners, residents of the town of Minden, Douglas County. We are here today seeking a zoning map amendment in order for the zoning map amendment to be approved. Master plan map amendment also needs to be approved. We are seeking to change the zoning or the master plan zoning from agricultural to commercial, and then a zoning map amendment from A19 to general commercial. The parcel involved is a 24-acre parcel just north of Zerolene Lane, APN 132032-501-001. Adjacent and just to the west of that is a 0.16 acre parcel, also owned by Mr. Fott. It fronts 395 and is adjacent to commercial properties and is also zoned general commercial. Again, this land, the current land use is agricultural. Mr. Fott has been running cattle on there. Historically, it has been used as pasture, but is also in a floodway. Zoning, again, is agricultural, minimum
Can I ask a
19 acre
question?
parcel
Yes,
size.
Commissioner, are you okay if we ask questions as we go here?
Yes, yes, sorry.
You're confusing me now. It's my understanding the part that is not being asked to go commercial is in the floodplain. The part that's going commercial is, I'm sorry, the part that you want to make commercial is not in the floodplain. The part that you want to remain as agriculture is in the floodplain, but you just stated that this parcel is in the floodplain.
Correct. Yeah, the entire parcel is in a floodplain. The 19 acres that is going to remain in agriculture is in a floodway. Difference being you cannot build in a floodway. You can build in a flood zone. This particular parcel, the eastern side, is in the floodway, and the demarcation line is approximately is along the boundary between the AE floodway and the AE flood zone. You can build in an AE flood zone. And then the westernmost portion of the 5 acres that we're seeking to develop or seeking the zone change on is in an X-shaded zone. Also, you are allowed to build in that. You're welcome. So again, our request is a master plan amendment, changing agricultural to commercial. We need to keep the 19 acres in agricultural use, and the 5 acres will become general commercial if approved. The upper left slide or photo is the proposed commercial area directly behind Minden Meat and Deli and looking towards Zero Lane Road. To the right, upper right-hand corner, this is the proposed commercial area. Well, this is commercial area looking south at 395. It's actually southwest, but and then that is the future access to this parcel or the proposed parcel. The lower left is proposed commercial area looking west at the adjacent Hellwinkle parcel, which is now Hajoka. And the lower right is the proposed commercial area looking west at the Minden Mill. Once approved, we will prepare a boundary line adjustment to combine the 0.16 acre general commercial parcel with the 5 acres of commercial property, which with the zoning map amendment would be general commercial.
Gary,
you can.
Since you're on the slide, do you want to explain about the floodway and then how this is just in the X-shaded? Because it's a good visual.
Yeah. Do you have a pointer or anything?
I'm doing it with my...
Oh, okay. All right. So yes, so the agricultural land that is going to remain in agricultural use, and like I stated before, is in the AE floodway. And you can see that shaded blue. The entire 5 acre parcel is out of the floodway. And like I said, the kind of the east side, the land slopes gently from west to east downwards. So the west or the east side of the 5 acre parcel is in the AE flood zone, not in the floodway. And then like I said before, the west side is in the X-shaded flood zone. Just something to note, waters for irrigation of the agricultural land come from the Martin Slough. And the area that we are developing is 4 to 5 feet above that and has never been irrigated. If you look at most of that land, it has bitter brush and sagebrush on it, whereas the eastern side in the agricultural land that's going to remain does have class 3 grazing available.
You want me to advance? You're good?
Yeah, thank you, sir. So for the master plan amendment, we are proposing to change the zoning from agricultural to commercial for the 5 acres. It is consistent with the policies of the Douglas County Master Plan, including economic vitality, a balance of land use, does prioritize development in underutilized lands. It is a logical extension of community services, from water, sewer, electric. There is direct access to 395, and it is compatible with the adjacent master plan, commercial land to the south and to the west. And then the floodway will be preserved and remain in agricultural use. Today you'll be voting on first the master plan map amendment, and then you'll be voting on zoning map amendment. It is consistent with the proposed master plan of commercial, pending the approval of the master plan map amendment. Adequate public facilities available as the adjacent properties are currently being served. We do have will serve letters from all entities, from Mendon, Gardnerville Sanitation District, Town of Mendon Water, etc. That was submitted with the application. It's compatible with the adjacent properties to the west and south, and then the floodway will remain A19. And the site is not located in a receiving area and would support the adjacent receiving area to the northeast of the Martin Slough. This particular parcel has not been annexed into either the town of Mendon or the town of Gardnerville. It is a logical extension of the town of Mendon boundaries, and the entire property would be annexed into the town of Mendon. And of course, the A19 will remain within Douglas County agricultural use maintained. This is a kind of overall view of the extents of the town of Mendon. It's kind of hard to see, but I drew a green dashed line around the entire boundary of Mendon. But the south, this view, you can see Highway 395 kind of running southeast to northwest, and then aligning with Highway 88 as it heads north out of town. So the kind of the northern boundary is almost at Muller Parkway currently. In Orchard Road, I believe, kind of on the east side. But anyway, if you can zoom in a little bit, so the light pink areas are general commercial. From the staff report in 20. As of the 2020 master plan, there were 15 acres of commercial land available, vacant, not utilized. As best I can tell right now with the development over by like the McDonald's, and just south of that, there's Big Chicken and whatnot. That's a 3-acre parcel. So I think Minden's currently down to maybe 12 acres of vacant land that's available for general commercial. But essentially in downtown Minden, you know, where we're at and over by this parcel, there is no more vacant land available for commercial purposes. You know, the town of Minden, most of us kind of think of it as, you know, going from here to Jacks Valley, but this is the boundary of the town of Minden. And then, can you zoom in on that, like on the parcel?
Down in this area, right?
Yes, ma'am.
This is it, right?
Yeah, so that's the general commercial area on the west side, and then the A19 area on the east side, bound by Zero Lane, 395, and Hajoka and Bentley. And then, of course, on the east side, you can see SFR 8000 zoned, and you know, I think there's been a demonstrated need, you know, with future growth of residential, that there is going to be a need for commercial.
How do you undo that to escape? Okay.
So this, I found this map many years ago. This was put together by H.F. Dangberg in 1906. You can see 2nd and 3rd Street there, and then you see what's known as the freight depot. Also, you see there the old V&T line coming past the Minden Mill and the wool warehouse. And so that was the end of the line of the V&T back in the day, right where the small 0.16 acre parcel that's currently general commercial is located. And when I was young, the 76 station was there, and then Minden Meat and Deli was right on the other side of that. And then so a train would come in, unload goods, and then head back to Carson City to the north.
Okay.
You can see the town. Oh,
Sorry.
Not a big deal. You can see the town center, kind of right there where Minden Park is, and of course all the residential areas that are around there are pretty close to what we have today.
Okay.
This isn't really a requirement as part of the master plan map amendment process and the zoning map amendment process, but town of Minden had requested that we kind of put together a map, you know, just kind of showing how things might lay out. Dorian and I have had several meetings. He's talked to people in the valley, you know, different professions. You know, we've had contractors saying I need a place to have my shop, not doing construction in the shop, but a place, you know, to have inventory. It's close to town. We've had a physical therapist that's interested in building a physical therapy office. And then Dorian has had a friend that's a really good chef, and so we just looked at it a little bit different balance of different uses for this site, and also wanted to come up with a general layout and flow for parking and whatnot. But one thing you will notice is that we have one entrance, main entrance to the site. You can also access this site as you go into Minden Meat and Deli. I don't know if many of you've eaten there, but it's a narrow entrance there, and I don't know, just it doesn't flow well. So this will give the opportunity for patrons of Minden Meat and Deli to continue on and head north and then back out onto 395. There's a north and a south turn lane coming out of there, and a single entrance, like I said. The buildings are generally located on the west side, up out of the floodplain, out of the AE floodplain, and in the X-shaded zone. X-shaded zone requires that you have waterproof materials up 1 foot above highest adjacent grade, but no flood elevation certificates required. We will be raising kind of the south end where the contractor's shop is located, and then the kind of a buffer zone there with the landscaping. We do need to balance that. You know, Dorian and I, you know, both don't want to see just, you know, a sea of pavement. So we'll try to, you know, maintain as much natural ground cover as we can.
Mr. Thurm?
And just interesting.
Gary?
Yes. Ms. Sales?
Just to clarify, this is all just one idea.
This is one idea.
This has nothing to do with the 2 action items that we might take, other than to say this is one idea that we might eventually bring forward or not.
That is correct, but I recognize that we were set back at the town of Minden. You know, they didn't approve it the first time that we came. They wanted to see something like this, and so we are presenting this.
Thank you.
Yeah,
and then, of course, after our actions today, should any proposal be brought forward, it would have to go through design review and maybe have conditions, and they'd look at ingress and egress and all the other things.
For sure. Yes,
Okay.
that is
Thank
correct. Yeah, you're welcome.
Why don't you just hit on this and then let's move on.
Yeah. So we did provide some access to the existing trail system. We put on the north end, there's a little park-like setting. There is parking available there for people to access the trail, and then a small bridge across the slough for pedestrians. But good connectivity, especially with any residential that may be occurring to the east and north.
Okay.
But that is, in concept, that's what we're looking at.
All right, I think we've got it. Thank you.
I got one question for you, if you
Yes.
don't mind. Do you have plans right now to develop it? Do you have some type of commercial development that you want to put there, or is this just for future use?
There is expressed interest, yes.
Then why wouldn't you wait until you got a deal done with them so we knew what was planned on being there?
Well, I mean, we can't, it was agricultural land and zoned that way, and so
Okay, so I'll make it real simple, because I know we're short of time, and I want to just cut to the chase. Of all the places where we talked about this in our meeting, this is a perfect area for the commercial use. I don't see any problem with all these finding these conditions. I just don't. You're asking us to make a master plan amendment before we know that. What you're going to put there, which I would probably vote for it anyways, but why don't we change the master plan first if we're going to? I don't know when the next time the master plan comes up, but you change it to the areas that should be commercial, which I think this one is.
That's what this does. today's
I'm
action.
just a little confused on the process, and maybe you can help me with that.
Deputy District Attorney, Mr. Ritchie, do you want to address that?
Or AJ. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Master plan is like the big picture overall, and so it's tough for anyone to know exactly how they're going to develop the property until they get more into the project.
That's not, I'm sorry, Mr. Ritchie, that's not my question, though. See, I'm all for this area. I think this should be commercial. We talked about this in our meeting, and we went through this. It's just, we have a master plan that says it's not yet. When does a master plan come back up that maybe you can sweep through and say, okay, all these are good locations for commercial, we should make a sweeping change instead of trying to come in piecemeal, one at a time, making it look like the commission is now changing for one person instead of for what's best for the entire area. That was my question.
Doug Ritchie again, thank you for the clarification, Commissioner Tarkanian. Just for clarity, under the code, under the county code, there's 2 opportunities a year where people can come in and say, for my particular piece of property, this is my vision of what I'd like to do. As far as the county bringing it forward, that it comes forward every so many years. I mean, it's a big process for the county to look at the entire county to make master plan amendments versus, one discrete piece of property. Yeah, it's been at least 5 years.
So under our code, applicants have a right to come in during this period of time and ask for a master plan amendment. So, okay.
Yeah, this process today, if approved, will amend the master plan map. And then once voted on and approved, you'll be voting on the zoning map amendment.
All right. Ms. Rayo, do you have anything else?
I don't really have anything to add, but I think I want to just talk to the point that Mr. Tarkanian brought up. The last time the county did a master plan amendment like you're talking about, we reached out to members of the public and said, if you would like your land changed, come to us. And that was a freebie. That's not something we normally do. In 20-something years that I've been here, I've only known of us doing that one time. And I believe that started around 2016. I could be wrong. And then I think it was part of the 2020 master plan. But I think the whole process started in 2016 or 2018, somewhere in there. Took a while. But something like that is not something we do very often, which is what Mr. Ritchie was saying. You have the opportunity as a property owner, property right, to come in twice a year. You have an opportunity twice a year to change your master plan and zoning, if you so choose.
I understand. I'm not going to belabor the point, but we did it 5 years ago. It's my understanding you're supposed to do it every 5 years, right? I thought there was something that was told us that it was every 5 and we waited a long time. No? Am I off on that? Mr. Gardner knows all this stuff, so.
I understand it's updated every 5 years.
Okay. But anyways, listen, we've had a long day. I don't mean to keep going on with it. We could discuss that later. Thank you.
Are there other questions for Ms. Rayo? Commissioner Tolbert?
Yeah, this one's for you, Ms. Rayo. We normally avoid spot zoning, and it seems like we're leaving a remainder of spot zoning, because as you showed on the map, that Ag 19 section is surrounded by everything around there. And I know that it's floodplain, but why are we leaving that piece alone? Is it a potential blight, as it's not really all that usable as ag at the moment, or am I off base with that?
For the record, Lucio Reyes, so you're asking why aren't they asking for the entire parcel to be commercial? The answer is it's in a floodway. You cannot build in the floodway. So may as well leave it as green belt, green area for grazing cows like they're using it for, or growing something if they could, but you can't build in it. So there would be no purpose in asking for commercial on that and just let it be grazed.
Except the one part on the north end that wasn't with the lines to it. And I talked about that in our meeting, why that wasn't part of this application. That one, is my understanding, is not part of the area where you can't build on it. You know, the area that's not a line through, which is what you had said was a flood area that you couldn't build on?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that on the north end, it's where the property ends, right? We,
Way to a street, I forget the name of it, and for some reason, in the 5 acres, and that's, I'd asked about that in our 101 meeting. Do you remember the name of the street we talked about? Zero, yeah.
oh, yeah. So, all right.
You can see it on
What-
page,
what
I'm
we-
sorry, page
what-
45 of the supplement will
Yeah.
show that.
What we could have done is we could have included that area. But, and we could have requested a master plan map amendment on that area, but then we'd have to actually request a master plan or a zoning map amendment on what's known as A19, minimum 19 acre parcel size. Anything less than the 19 acres, now you'd go down to what, like RA10, rural agricultural 10 acre. We decided to not utilize that and keep the entire 19 acres under A19 zoning.
All right. I think at this point in time, we'll go to public comment. Is there
Thank
any
you.
public comment on this issue? Mr. Slade?
Jim Slade. Master plan amendments should be few and far between, and there should be a high bar for their approval. Some current commissioners have made a point of reminding the public that they have never voted to approve a master plan amendment. I would guess that 4 of you have never voted to approve a master plan amendment, with, of course, Commissioner Rice being the exception. Well, here's a chance for the 4 of you to keep your record clean. Mr. Fott bought this property in 2022, apparently with the optimistic assumption that he would just amend the master plan and use and zoning designations so that he could create more valuable commercial property on ag land. But of course, that's problematic and should be quite difficult to obtain. And there's also caveat emptor, buyer beware. County staff has conveniently cherry-picked some goals and policies in an effort to encourage approval of the request while ignoring those that might not do so. For instance, on page 1 of the chapter on land use under the heading Purpose, the master plan states, quote, "Land use in Douglas County is strongly tied to the desire to preserve agricultural and open spaces." Land use goal 1 includes to retain the beauty, natural setting, resources, and rural agricultural character of the county. In the chapter on agriculture, goal 2 to include to protect and expand open space and natural areas. Goal 4 to protect wildlife, vegetation, and habitat. Policy A3 to minimize the amount of newly created impervious surfaces. Policy A7 to buffer water bodies, wetlands, and riparian areas from development. At the bottom of page 763, you will see that the applicant claims that the 5-acre parcel is bordered by development on 3 sides. That is untrue. The maps on page 760 show that the parcel, in fact, is bordered on 3 sides by ag land, counting the irregular border to the west as the 4th side. This project violates as many goals and policies of the master plan as it meets, and therefore does not meet required finding A. Doesn't adequately show that there's a demonstrated need for commercial land in this area, ag area, hence doesn't meet required finding B. From page 72, the estimated nearly 7,500 average daily trips would clearly have a severely negative effect on traffic at this small, busy intersection with 395. Hence, it does not meet required finding C regarding adequacy and level of service. The remaining part of the 24-acre parcel will still be agricultural, hence this amendment is not logical as required by finding D. What is the clear and compelling reason to approve this master plan amendment and zoning amendment? Is it any more than to give a windfall profit to the owner of the property who bought it 2 years ago? Meanwhile, it would diminish ag land, create more traffic congestion in an already busy part of town, and be contrary to the public interest. For those reasons, I urge your denial.
Is there any other public comment? Public comment is closed. Board? Commissioner Rice.
All right, I'll step in it. Okay. Madam Chairman, I move that we adopt Resolution 2024 R-122 as presented based on the recommendations of the Minden Town Board and Douglas County Planning Commission, because the findings required in Douglas County Code 20.608.040 have been met, and I move that we adopt Ordinance 2024-1646 as presented based on the recommendations of the Minden Town Board and the Douglas County Planning Commission, and because the findings required by Douglas County Code 20.610.050 have been met.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank
Do we
you.
have an opportunity to address?
Yes, let's have discussion. Go ahead.
Okay, so to some of the comments that were brought up in the area of this 5 acres, I went out there and drove this and went all the way around the entire parcel. And the area that's in this 5 acres is not currently used as ag. Only the section that's over in the floodplain is. This is area that, from my observation, it got a lot of debris, and as the applicant presented, it's sagebrush, and so we are still preserving the ag boundary, and then by leaving the ag piece, we're still leaving the buffer. So in my personal opinion, that still allows us to meet those points.
I just wanted to piggyback on that. I agree that it's not being used for ag now, but even more so, it's a blight. I mean, it's basically an eyesore to look at, and it's not going to be used for agriculture in the future. So I think that is satisfied. And if we're not going to put commercial adjacent to commercial next to Highway 395, where is it appropriate at? And I mean, is it the county commission's responsibility, or is it our right to say, hey, we don't want any more commercial in the town, and if we do that, how are we going to pay for future growth in this community and in future revenue? I think it's the right location for the commercial use. It's not taking away agricultural land. It's removing a blight. I would prefer to have seen us address this in a number of other parcels in our master plan amendment, but we don't have that ability at this time. I thought maybe you could have waited until we made that change, but if you have somebody that's there and maybe that's a reason enough to do so, but I'm going to vote for it.
Commissioner Gardner.
Well, I don't concur. And I'll state my reasons. First of all, generally, I lean heavily on our advisory boards and commissions, and the towns which have weighed in on this. However, I actually concur with Planning Commissioner Mark Nitterip, who voted no on this simply because the primary reason, finding B. The proposed amendment is based on demonstrated need for additional land to be used for proposed use, and the demand cannot be reasonably accommodated within the current boundaries of the area. I travel 395 on a daily basis back and forth, and you don't know how many empty buildings, empty businesses that I pass by on a daily basis in both directions, both in the town of Gardnerville and in the town of Minden. There are a lot of empty buildings that are already there, and there's already a lot of empty lots that have not been developed. Therefore, I don't see the demonstration of need for that. Finding B sticks out in my mind as not being able to be made, and I believe in order for us to approve a master plan amendment, I believe all the findings must be made. So I won't go into the other findings, but that's where I am on this. I just don't see the demonstration of need, and I don't need to see more empty buildings in our community. Let's get those filled. So that's my attitude.
Thank you. I'll weigh in. I believe there was a demonstration of need by the town in our packet that showed the percentages of general commercial zoned property within the town compared to other towns, and the town told us, we want more commercial, we need more commercial. So for me, that is a demonstration of need. And I also would say that I do lean heavily on the advisory boards. And if the town of Minden unanimously tells me they want this, that weighs in my decision. Planning Commission 6-1 voted in favor. And I also agree with the discussion with Commissioner Tolbert and Commissioner Tarkanian. So that's where my vote will go. Is there anything else before we call the vote? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The vote is 4 in favor and Commissioner Gardner opposed. Thank you. All right, with that, we will go to agenda item 7 for possible action discussion to establish a new Douglas County administrative policy and procedure, artificial intelligence policy. Christine Vito, welcome. Christine Vito from HR, but Human Resources, but I don't really remember your actual. Acting Human Resources Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the Commission, Christine Vito, Acting Human Resources Director for the record. The policy presented for your consideration today addresses the use of artificial intelligence in the workplace. AI tools have the potential to enhance workplace efficiency and improve the way we conduct business across various sectors. This proposed policy serves as a foundational guide for the responsible use of AI technologies. Common programs and apps being used include ChatGPT, Microsoft Copilot, Google Gemini, and Apple Intelligence, to name a few. These programs and apps can automate repetitive tasks, answer questions, and communicate information in a way that is professional, data-driven, and highly informative. Essentially, AI involves computers programmed in advanced ways to mimic certain aspects of human thinking, helping us work smarter and more efficiently. AI works by analyzing large amounts of data to recognize patterns. It then uses these patterns to make predictions, solve problems, or perform tasks such as refining a document or outlining a process, all based on prompts or questions asked. AI is increasingly integrated into a wide range of technologies and industries which impact Douglas County, its citizens, and its employees. This policy was developed by a county task force that carefully reviewed policies from other jurisdictions, industry best practices, and tailored recommendations to best serve Douglas County and its employees. The policy establishes principles for the ethical and transparent use of AI while addressing risks related to ethics, privacy, cybersecurity, and compliance with applicable laws. Given the rapidly evolving nature of AI, it provides a baseline requirement and guidance to minimize risks while remaining adaptable to future advancements. The policy presented to you today prioritizes 3 key areas: ethics, ensuring fairness, transparency, and accountability in AI use; confidentiality, safeguarding personal data and sensitive information in compliance with legal and organizational standards; and legal compliance, adhering to federal, state, and county regulations, including those governing data protection, harassment, and discrimination. This policy has been reviewed by department directors and elected officials, and I myself and our Chief Technology Officer, Peace Ruggia, is happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, and welcome, Mr. Ruggia. Good to have you here. Are there questions? The one question I would have is, during our agenda review, we did come up with a couple of small changes. Have those been incorporated in the?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Vito for the record. We are aware of those changes, and we will ensure that they are incorporated into the final policy that is published on the county website.
Just for your information, board, that included the removal of a the, like a typographical error, and the removal of 1 comma to make it read more as intended. Is that, yeah.
If you don't mind, may I read that into the record so that we know where we're going with that?
Yeah, yes.
It's under item C on page 821, legal compliance. Line number 1 reads, "Do not use do not use work time or resources to generate content using AI technology system, comma, which would be considered illegal. And we felt like the placement of the comma there was inappropriate. Okay, so that the line would read, do not use work time or resources to generate content using AI technology system, which would be considered illegal. No comma. We felt that was an important distinction there. Okay. So with that, I would also say that this is a rapidly developing technology. Even though we've seen it occasionally on our cell phones, where our cell phone, when we try to text messages, it automatically tries to put in words for us, correct the spelling errors. We've seen it on even when we're in Microsoft Word documents, it does autocorrect and all of those things. Those are forms, as I understand it, of artificial intelligence. But this is evolving at light speed right now. And so I'm very, very pleased, very happy that your department and Mr. Ruggia's department have come forward. And I know that we're probably going to have to visit this on a very regular basis as this technology evolves and updates, so that our employees and our staff certainly understand what we're dealing with here. So thank you for doing this.
Are there any questions? We will open this for public comment. Is there any public comment on this matter? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion. Yes. Commissioner Tarkanian? Were you?
I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Gardner?
Okay. I move to establish a new Douglas County administrative policy and procedure, artificial intelligence policy as presented, with the corrections.
I'll second.
That we approve. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you for your good work on this. We will move to yes, I'm just wondering if by chance we want to do number for your information, number 11 is going to be delayed because the presenters are not able to be here. That is Moss Adams. So I'm wondering if we want to go to number 12 next, because I see a number of people here who I suspect are here for number 12. Does anyone object to that? Okay, we're going to do number 12.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, there are some other attendees that we are
Okay.
anticipating for item number 12.
Who are not here yet?
They are not here yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then we will do agenda items 8, 9, and 10. Number 8 is for possible action, discussion to adopt ordinance 2025-1651, amending Title II, Administration and Personnel by adding Chapter 2.23 Public Administrator to the Douglas County Code, including abolishing the elected office of the Public Administrator, allowing a person to be employed or contracted with to carry out the duties and responsibilities set forth in Nevada Revised Statutes, Chapter 253, and any other provision of law relating to a public administrator, and establishing other requirements for employment or contract which are prudent to ensure the proper administration of a deceased person's estate in Douglas County, consistent with Nevada Revised Statutes. This is second reading. Assistant County Manager Wendy Lang.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Wendy Lang for the record, and with me is Brooke Adey, our Director of Community Services. Thank you for reading that lengthy title into the record. I know that we have spoken a few times, so I will just touch on a couple of brief highlights about what we're doing here. We began discussing this office in late December following the resignation of the elected public administrator. And we have had a few different conversations at the meetings since that time regarding the elected office, the options provided for under Nevada Revised Statutes that This vacancy provided a unique opportunity for all of you to consider. You have discussed and evaluated the potential to identify a candidate to fulfill the remaining term that was vacated for public administrator, or to consider taking a different approach. And so this ordinance that you had introduced 3 weeks ago at this meeting is here before you today for consideration for adoption. The ordinance would eliminate or abolish the elected office and then create some language in Douglas County Code providing for how the office of public administrator and those duties would be carried out. And in case anyone is wondering, Ms. Adie is with me because she has been fulfilling this vacancy and taking on the burden of the work related to the public administrator's office since late December or early January. And so you may have some questions that she may be able to answer as well. Thank you.
I would like to state that it's been heroic effort that the work under this office or this under this responsibility has been deferred and delayed and complicated. And we recognize that, and we are very grateful for your work. Are there questions by the board? Commissioner Gardner.
I would just make an observation. You know, it seemed like Mr. Morgan started in community services, and as he progressed through his career, every time we had something, or the county had something that needed to be taken care of, it got unloaded onto Scott Morgan, to where his initial job description of one item grew to 24 items. So first of all, for Ms. Adie to be able to take on those responsibilities with one bite of the apple, and now we seem to be finding another activity for her department. So we appreciate that, and we recognize that. So, but we trust that you have the skills and the talent within your pool to take on that task. So I certainly appreciate that. So,
are there any questions for Ms. Adie or Ms. Ling? Commissioner Tolbert.
Right. So this came up when I voiced, that concern that we were taking this power away from the public and abolishing the public administrator. And we've had precedent that's shown that hadn't worked that way. And my only now concern about doing this is the opportunity for contracting. If we're going to say that the county is going to take this on, I feel that we should be hiring a position in that oversight position and not necessarily contracting. Can you give me a reason why we should leave the option of contracting into this proposal?
Thank you for the question, Wendy Lang. For the record, I can. On this specific item, the ordinance does provide, and thank you for asking, does provide for the board to consider contracting or employing a public administrator. I think you're probably referring to the next item, which contemplates an action of moving forward today. So this would be the adopting language. And Madam Chair, I can speak to next item, or I can wait until we get there.
Let's hold that thought. And if there are any other questions about this item, let's take those now. And then I think I'll read the other two into the record and take one public comment on all three. But first, are there any other questions on the ordinance itself?
I think it's been perfectly demonstrated that we need to bring it in-house.
Okay,
so
good.
That's my opinion.
All right, then I'm going to read into the record 9 and 10. For possible action, discussion to approve either a new position, public administrator, at pay grade 205 with a salary range of $95,118 to $133,162 annually, or provide direction for this role to be performed via an independent contract as required upon adoption of an ordinance abolishing the elected office of public administrator, and to authorize the county manager to sign any required documents and to augment the public administrator budget for anticipated expenditures necessary to carry out the duties and responsibilities in fiscal year 2024-25. 10, for possible action, discussion on temporarily authorizing the community services director and her designees to carry out the duties and responsibilities necessary for the public administration of estates and approve a contract with Compassionate Solutions, Inc. to jointly administer with Community Services those probate cases in which the previous elected public administrator letters of administration have been suspended by the Ninth Judicial District Court, and authorize the county manager to sign any required documents. Since I want to just do one public comment, why don't you address item 9, and we can ask questions. Item 10, we can ask questions, then we'll go to public comment.
Very well. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Wendy Lang for the record. So item 9 addresses your question, Mr. Tolbert, which is assuming that it is the will of this board to adopt this language, which abolishes the position, then the next step is to identify who is going to carry out the responsibilities. And it is a requirement that we designate a specific public administrator that is responsible for the obligations outlined in Nevada revised statutes. The statute essentially provides for two options. Once the office of the elected position is eliminated or abolished, then you may consider hiring an employee and designating an employee of the organization, or you may consider entering into an independent contract. The difference between an employee and an independent contractor, I could probably get very far into the weeds, and I'll just try to keep it high level and not spin out too much. But an independent contractor, by nature of what it is, has to be independent. And to be consistent with federal law and meeting the requirements, the differentiation is that that individual has to provide their own resources, set their own hours. You cannot treat an independent contractor like an employee. An employee can be held accountable under county policies. There are certain regular reviews of their work. We would provide, as a county, the assets to that individual, their computer, the workspace, the contact information, and other county resources, including other staff that can support the efforts of that individual. In either scenario, this is not the work of one individual. Ms. Adie can attest, this is the work of many qualified individuals in various areas of expertise, including accounting, legal services, liquidation of assets, a number of topics that I probably am not even aware of at this point, which would require this work to be done. And so those different functions will very much likely be carried out through professional contracts and services. We are asking for you to consider either hiring an individual to serve as the public administrator or directing staff, Ms. Adie and myself, to go out and solicit for a individual through a professional services contract. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that differentiation. And I hope I addressed your questions, Commissioner Tolbert.
You may have follow-up, but we'll go with Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. So I see three actions here, and hopefully. So first of all, adopting 8, the ordinance, would eliminate the office of public administrator and establish one within our county. B would be number 9, which would be the hiring of or approval of a new position, public administrator, at the salary levels indicated. And then 3 would be to contract with Compassionate Solutions Incorporated, just to jointly administrate those probate cases in which the previous elected letters of, is that correct? Just those ones that
is right, the scope. Wendy Lang for the record. Yeah, so the third item is really the item 10, I think, is really a temporary holdover, because whether we enter into professional services or recruit and hire for a public administrator, both of those things will take a number of weeks to months to get off the ground. And so in the meantime, it's really just an administrative cleanup, one, to continue Brooke's ability to do what you had previously asked for her to do in January, which is to fill in on an interim basis, and 2, to allow her to utilize the services of Compassionate Solutions, who is contracted with Nye County to perform these services. It's through an elected role, so it's a little bit of a different structure than what we're anticipating. But I do believe the scope of that agreement was just on the open existing cases, not new cases, but cases that had not been timely addressed and need immediate attention.
I know that this board has done a very good job at not growing government over the last several years, and so the addition of a new position is I don't know how to place the term, troublesome or I don't know what the right term is, but at the same point in time, I still understand the need, my concerns about hiring a consulting firm or a consultant to do this is that we're going to put ourselves back in the same position of not having any control and not having good time and not knowing really what's going on. And so that's my concern there. So it's like damned if you do and damned if you don't, I guess. But I'm in favor of certainly hiring a new position of public administrator, and then and also to and perhaps contracting with somebody to help us clean up these files and get them in order. And then we might find out that we need to continue with that effort as we have more cases come forward. So I concur with all this.
Let's ask any questions we have, and then we'll do public comment, and then we'll do more deliberation. Are there questions? No.
Oh, I missed that.
That's all right.
Sorry.
Any questions?
I'm moving along faster.
Is there any public comment on agenda item 8, 9, or 10? Mr. Jackson.
One question. When it was an elected office, who was responsible if that person screwed up? Where was the liability? If you hire the individual as an employee of the county, is the county now on the hook if that individual really screws up somebody's estate? Where does the liability fall? That would be my only question on this.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Yeah. All right. Seeing no other public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. And I will say that part of the unacceptable situation previously was that the county, even with that elected official, we had some liability, but we had no authority. This will give us authority and responsibility so we can do something about it when we see there are problems. Other deliberation? Commissioner Rice.
My question is, are you willing to bite this off?
Brooke 80, Community Services Director. Yes, I'm ready. We're diving in. It's not me alone. I have a team of individuals, and with the help of Ginger Simpson from Nye County, she has provided a lot of information and a lot of infrastructure to really help us get to where we need to organize all of the cases and make sure we're properly documenting everything.
Somehow I knew you were going to say that.
Other comments? Commissioner Tolbert?
So that's a good question. So is there errors and omissions insurance for a public administrator? And then the other comment is that I'm with Mr. Gardner that I would like to have the oversight be a county employee who can then contract with legal or distribution, or that would be my druthers, is to have someone that we can control. Otherwise, we're right back to where we were, just a different can, same worms.
Yes, Chairwoman, with your permission.
Yes, please.
Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Yes, there is a surety bond. It's required by statute, actually. And then also the county has a blanket bond that covers our elected officials. I don't know what the coverage amount is, but the county has a policy, and then separately the public administrator has to have a surety bond.
Thank you. I'll weigh in on my thoughts on this. I am so grateful that we're getting this cleaned up. But part of the situation we're in is that it's such a compounded mess that we don't know what the workload's going to be over time. We don't know what amount of money will come in based on the statutory percentages allowed to be charged to estates. It might be that those two offset each other, and or even it could make money, could be positive some years, and so I see merit. I see some merit to having this contracted, but right now I think our argument in favor of an employee is stronger, and that it gives us more control. My one concern is if you hire an employee, it's more of a permanent decision than if you get a contract. But I am assured that, well, my way going forward is I would like to have a report on this periodically, maybe a year from now or a year and a half from now. And maybe at that time we'll have a better feel for what is the regular workload going forward with all the past cases resolved. And I am told that if we hire someone and it turns out we want to go a different direction, that the county would be able to potentially absorb that employee into a different position. Likely it's going to work out just fine with an employee. And either way, with a contract or an employee relationship, we're going to have far more control than we had previously. So I don't think a contract would be the same as a public elected official. But at this point, I do believe that I have been persuaded by county staff that an employment relationship is the best way to go, with the understanding that it'll be brought back to us in a period of time for review. All right, with that, are there a set of 3 motions or something like that?
I'm going to try to do it all at once if I can.
Okay.
Would that be okay?
If Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office, yes, you can do it as one, but could you do it separately because it'll be a much cleaner record? It'll be a lot easier to track a year from now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, that makes it a lot easier too, right? Yeah. Okay. So I move for the adoption of ordinance 2025-1651, amending Title II, Administrative and Personnel by adding Chapter 2.23, Public Administrator to the Douglas County Code, including abolishing the elected office of Public Administrator, allowing a person to be employed or contracted to carry out the duties and responsibilities set forth in the Nevada Revised Statutes, Chapter 253, and any other provision of law relating to a public administrator, and establishing other requirements for employment or contract which are prudent to ensure the proper administration of a deceased person's estate in Douglas County consistent with Nevada Revised Statutes.
Been moved by Commissioner Gardner and seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Commissioner Gardner.
Okay, well, this one's a little bit trickier, I think. So I move to approve a new position, because it says I've eliminated, yeah, okay. Approve a new position of public administrator at pay grade 205, salary range 95,118 through 133-162 annually. As presented.
Does that work? Okay.
Okay.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner and seconded by Commissioner Rice. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Okay.
I needed to establish a date on that.
Okay. Okay. So
there's a proposed motion, recommended motion. You can kind of.
Well, can't we just?
So I will also
where we
move, if
Yes.
if I could move also to authorize the county manager to assign any required documents and to augment the public administrator's budget for anticipated expenditures necessary to carry out the duties and responsibilities of the new position, public administrator, in fiscal year 24-25. Does that get you there? Okay.
Is there a second? Yep. It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Rice. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Now, item 3, okay. I move to temporarily authorize the Community Services Director and their designee to carry out the duties and responsibilities necessary for the public administration of estates and approve a contract with Compassionate Solutions Incorporated to jointly administer with Community Services those probate cases in which the previous elected public administrator letters of administration have been suspended by the Ninth Judicial District Court, and authorize the county manager to sign any required documents.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner and seconded by Commissioner Rice. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Good work.
That was much easier, Mr. Ritchie, than trying to phrase it as I went through. Yeah.
All right. We are now ready for agenda item 12. All right. We will take a 5-minute break, returning at 3:17. All right, let's reconvene. I am excited to be at agenda item 12 for possible action. Discussion to authorize the Community Services Department to negotiate a potential purchase agreement for the Carson Valley Cinemas facility located at 1760 US Highway 395 North, number 4700, Minden, Nevada, to be used as a local theater and Douglas County Cultural Performing Arts Community Center. Second, authorize the Community Services Department to negotiate a potential operating agreement with the Carson Valley Arts Council or other entity to operate a local theater and cultural and performing arts community center on behalf of Douglas County. And third, direct the Community Services Department to present both agreements to the board for consideration at a future board meeting. I'd like to acknowledge a few people who we have in the audience with us. We have Kelly Bland, who is the current owner and whose idea this is, because he reached out to the county and this discussion ensued. So thank you. And we also have Brian Fitzgerald, who is the president of the Carson Valley Arts Council. So thank you and welcome to everyone else here who is in the audience. And we will turn it to Community Services Director Brooke Adey.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Brooke Adey. I'm the Community Services Director, and it is my honor today to talk about a new opportunity and present some conceptual ideas for a cultural and performing arts center. If you would have asked me a year ago if this was even on our radar, I would have said no. Our focus is pickleball. We're trying to get the pickleball courts built. We wanted to get them done ahead of schedule. We were trying to get them done under budget. That was really where our focus was. We were not in a place where we are today to have this conversation. This conversation started about November. It came on very quickly, and we were not expecting it. And really, it's an opportunity. It's a great opportunity for the community. We were contacted by Kelly Bland, who's the owner of the building, who Commissioner Hales had talked about previously. He came to us and he said, the movie theater is about to close. There's a potential for it to close. The current operator's lease expires in March, and he no longer wants to operate a movie theater. He wants to go live abroad. He wants to go to other types of business ventures. So we toured the building and we thought, what could we possibly do with this space? There are 8 screens. It's a movie theater. We thought, what could we do with it? So we talked to Paul Cavan Architecture and said, hey, can you look at the footprint of this building and say, is it possible for us to have some type of cultural and performing arts community center? What could we use with this space? How many seats could we fit? Could we fit a stage in it? And he was very generous, and he donated his time, and he came up with some really great conceptual drawings that I'll show later on in the presentation. Looking at those conceptual drawings, we thought, yeah, this is a possibility. This is something that we could do. And we didn't want to lose our community theater. We wanted to have a place where our residents could go watch movies if they wanted to. And we started brainstorming all kinds of ideas about what the space could potentially bring, and I'm going to talk about those today. I really want to emphasize that this is an opportunity. This is a one-time opportunity. It has great value, and it meets the needs of the community. There are 2 things that are aligning with this whole entire project that is very rare. One, we have one-time money for a project like this, and this is a one-time opportunity. Those things don't come along very often, and we are here right now to talk about how we could meet several of our community goals with this one-time money and one-time opportunity. Okay. Here's the Ironwood Movie Theater right now. Kelly Bland has offered to sell it to the county at a discounted price for $2.9 million. That is a discounted price, which equals to about $109 per square foot, which is a great deal. The total square footage is about 26,706 square feet. The main floor is 23,000 square feet. And then there's a mezzanine where all of the projectors are, which is about 3,600 square feet. The building has 8 screens, bathrooms, HVAC, concessions, fire suppression, ample parking. It meets a lot of the needs for a facility like this. There are a lot of things that are already in place to get us closer to a goal of having a cultural and performing arts community center. The building was built in 1998, and it has been remodeled incrementally over the years. They've put new carpet, tile, seats, projector equipment, concession equipment over the years. This is where it's located. It's located off of 395 north of Douglas High School, across from McDonald's. If you haven't been there before, this is where it's at. And it is adjacent to a smaller little shopping center. Oh, I keep doing that, sorry. Okay. The concept, oops, sorry. I would like to introduce Kelly Bland. Kelly Bland can come up here and he can talk a little bit about the building and really what brought us to where we are. Why is he selling it to the county at a discount? What happens if the county doesn't buy it? Were there other tenants or buyers who were interested in it? So Kelly Bland with Aloha.
Mahalo.
Mahalo. Mahalo. Mahalo. Okay.
I'll take over.
Aloha.
Kelly Bland with Mahalo NV LLC. And the name Mahalo is thank you, Nevada. That's I'm born and raised here, and it's my, I always name my LLCs after certain things, and that was a thank you for Nevada for what it's done for me. So why am I selling it to the county at a discount? That assumes that I am selling it at a discount. Part of the establishment of that is that I did have it under contract last summer with a developer that was going to build a property for, buy it and redevelop it for a federal use. And it was at $3.6 million. The reason we didn't proceed with that is we came up with a use clause restriction in, with an adjacent use that the federal government couldn't live with, and so that fell out of escrow. And after that, I set up a meeting with JD and Rachel at the City of Mendon, and from that meeting, I got in touch with Brooke, and we started exploring the idea. And I wanted to offer it to the county to see if the county needed any type of facility, since it's with the nature of the building, it's a lot less expensive than building it from scratch. So I just wanted to offer it to the county. So we started discussions about that. So why am I selling it at a discount? I was really excited to hear about the performing arts type of use with the county. You guys don't really have a good facility for that. I have one daughter that did ballet for 13 years, and I saw a tremendous number of shows at different venues, including the Pioneer Theater in Reno. And as a parent, you take a lot of pride in what your kids do, and it gave them gave her a lot of confidence growing up and a lot of friendships. And I saw firsthand what that could do to one individual. And there will be many, many people that could benefit from that in your community. So I am very happy to be able to hopefully partner with you guys to bring that to your community. So what will happen if the county doesn't buy? Brooke did mention that my lease with the theater is up in March. I am in discussions with trying to extend that with them through about 1st of July so that we can facilitate this transaction, but that's as long as they want to sign a lease for it. So at the end of that time frame, if we don't move forward with the county, that theater most likely close. And I don't want to see that for the community. I would like to have you guys continue to have the movie theater, and hopefully it can grow into something even better. Are there any other buyers or tenants interested? No, not at this time. We do not have anybody at the table. I've been doing commercial real estate for 30 years, and I understand commercial real estate can take a while. It's not like renting a house. It takes a while sometimes to find the right use, and it can, if we don't move forward with the county, it could be closed. That's not good for me. It's not good for the building. It's not good for the county. It's not good for the adjacent tenants next door. Having a vacant building that's an attraction for vandalism and destruction and stuff, even with our best efforts. So hoping that that won't come about, and we'll be able to have a smooth transition, keeping the theater going and providing a platform that you guys can grow into with the performance arts.
Thank you, Kelly. The concept of a cultural and performing arts facility is not new. This concept appears in multiple plans going back to 2013. These are plans that have been brought before the Board of County Commissioners, have received lots of public input, and all have been approved. First, the master plan of 2020. There is a goal in that master plan to develop and maintain facilities that support the cultural and performing arts interests of residents and visitors. The implementation for that goal is to encourage funding for art and culture facilities to form a public arts coalition between Minden, Gardnerville, Main Street, and the Carson Valley Arts Council and other interested parties to enhance cultural and performing arts. The strategic plan for 2025 to 2030 actually has two goals related to cultural and performing arts. Excuse me. One goal is a cultural and performing arts center, and the initiative is to complete a feasibility study and, if feasible, pursue a cultural and performing arts center. Another goal is to develop partnerships between public, private, and community organizations to create a vibrant public arts program. And the initiative is to identify funding opportunities to support public art, museums, and a cultural center. The Plan for Prosperity from 2018, the goal is to prepare public arts and culture and programs for towns that address both physical, visual, and performing arts programs and special events. The initiative is to develop art and culture plan. The Valley Vision of 2013 has two principles and two strategies. The principle to encourage the expression of all forms of art in communities through active engagement. And the strategy is to support and provide venues for incorporating both visual and performing arts into the community fabric. The second principle is to address the quality of design to create an artful expression of space and community placemaking. And the strategy to implement that is to create regionally appropriate and meaningful architecture and spaces. I think it's really important to know that this is something that has been talked about for over a decade, and we are in a place right now where we have one-time money and one-time opportunity to meet all of the goals in these plans that have been brought before us. In addition to the county plans, there's support from the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Back in November, during every fall, we start looking at our capital improvement plans and we set priorities for the next fiscal year. Before this opportunity was even brought before us, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board voted their #1 priority was a cultural and performing arts community center. So that verified for us that this was still a need, and this was still something that people were interested in. In January of 2025, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board held a special meeting at the movie theater. We had over 70 people in attendance from the community and from different art and performing art groups. Attend the meeting, and we received overwhelming support. The board all approved unanimously to move forward with this project, and we got a lot of positive feedback from the community. We have also heard broad support from various art and culture related community groups, and many of them spoke at that meeting. Last night, I presented this same presentation to the town of Minden and also received overwhelming support from the board and some positive feedback from the community. So this is our first conceptual plan. Nothing is set in stone, but we really wanted to bring forward a visual representation of what the space could be. How would it look if we were to make some modifications? Like I said, there are currently 8 movie theaters right now, and there's going to be 8 theaters for a period of time. We are several years off from making improvements like this, but this is what it could be in the future. What we have is 4 movie theaters have been turned into a performing arts community center. On the slide, it says it could seat anywhere from 200 to 300, but we really could fit probably 300 to 500 seats in that space. Phase 1 improvements look at taking 4 of the theaters and providing some upgrades to the theaters. One would be a dining theater where we could have food service, you could bring your own food, it would have tiered seating, it would have risers, we could do movies, or we could have a stage and have some sort of dinner theater. 2 theaters could be luxury theaters. Right now, a lot of the movie theaters have those reclining seats that a lot of people prefer. We could make some modifications to those 2 theaters and have some luxury seating. We could create a multi-use theater that could do a lot of things. It could still hold movies, but it could be like a black box theater. You could have a stage, you could do stand-up comedy. Lots of things that we could potentially do for this space. So we have it broken out into 3 phases. We have phase 1, which would be some more immediate tenant improvements. Phase 2, the bigger performing arts center. Phase 2A, phase 2B would be to actually put an addition onto the building to create a flywall, additional backstage space, but a flywall so that the curtains and sets can go up and down instead of side to side and open that way. Here's some more conceptual drawing where you can see how we could do some of the seating, how we would be able to fit people. Also want to point out that this space has a lobby, it has concessions, it has bathrooms, it has a nice space for people to hang out. One of the things that we could do with the cultural and performing arts theater part of it with all of the stages is have some sort of art gallery, a wine gallery. We could have a little pathway for when we're having events, like we're having a youth dance event and we have all these kids that are, waiting to go on stage. There's not a lot of room backstage, but we could use some of the other space and be able to get them to that backstage area. Lots of possibilities with this space. And then here are just some additional pictures. I think it's always nice to have some sort of visual representation of what are other places doing. This is not an uncommon or new idea. There are other places that have dinner theater where people can bring their food in and they can watch a movie. We've got different types of auditorium seating. The luxury seating, like I had talked about. None of this is set in stone. It's all conceptual. It's just what this space could be. So where's the money coming from? That's a big conversation, big questions. Where's the money coming from? I know that this is tough with all of the different needs of the county. There are needs with roads, there are needs with salaries, stormwater, open space, public safety. I recognize that this is a difficult budget year, and here we are bringing forward a proposal to spend over $2.9 million. Sometimes that can be difficult to swallow, but these funds are restricted room tax dollars. One-time money, one-time opportunity. These funds can only be used for this purpose. Now, how did we get to where we have $2.9 million in a reserve account? Well, this is in large part from COVID. So you guys all remember COVID, everything shut down. The community center shut down. 22 employees were furloughed, 11 positions were frozen. All operations stopped except essential services. We're essentially providing meals for seniors at that time. Stopped spending money. We had no idea that during COVID, this type of money would be generated. And we don't anticipate something like this happening again. This is a very unique situation. Because when the governor opened up the casinos, people flooded to the lake. The lake set records for room tax revenue that year. Lots of people were coming, and our reserve started to grow over time. And the Community Services Department has always been very fiscally responsible. The room tax budget is very volatile. It ebbs and flows, and we really look at where the revenues are coming before we start any projects, before we start doing some major maintenance. And because we've been so fiscally responsible and because of COVID, these reserves have grown. I want to be very clear that these are not operational dollars. These are not dollars that pay for salaries, that pay for our services and supplies. These are one-time dollars for a one-time opportunity. Our operating budget is tight. Our operating budget is going to be tight next year because the room tax has really started to level off. From where we were at COVID to where we are right now, we're seeing it leveling off. So one-time money, one-time opportunity. This is not coming from any of our operating dollars. So I know that most of you guys know this, it's a refresher for you, but I think there are people that might be watching or listening in that don't fully understand where the room tax comes from. So the funding that we're talking about spending right now are room tax reserves. They are funds that can be used for recreational needs. So they are funds that have been established by NRS and county code that authorizes us to use these things for this need. We're not looking to spend operating dollars. The way that the funds are collected is there are 13 cents down in the Carson Valley and 14 cents up at the lake that are collected through hotel stays and vacation home rentals. The uses for those dollars are set by county code: roads, promotion, parks and rec, and airport. Those are operating dollars. That's the way that it's authorized in county code. And so that's where this money is coming from. And again, the reserves are one-time money, one-time opportunity.
Commissioner Hills, can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So you're going to really get us in trouble now.
Okay.
First of all, the TLT money that you're talking about, it cannot be used for roads in Carson Valley, in the valley. They have to be up at Lake Tahoe.
Yes.
And second of all, I thought that the money is separated with a certain percentage going to Parks and Rec and a certain percentage going to roads. Therefore, the money you're going to use here are only allocated for Parks and Recs. When you start telling people here, and many messages that I've had on email, why aren't we using this for roads? You put us in a tough spot.
Yes, thank you so much for clarifying that. Yes, that the way that the room tax is built, there is a certain percentage that is collected up at the lake. If the room tax is collected up at the lake, it can only stay at the lake for roads. If it's collected in the valley for the roads, it can only come into the valley. It is a very small portion of the room tax that is collected. That is collected before we even get our dollars to spend on parks and recreation. So that is a pass-through that goes directly to those accounts before it comes to us. So the restricted dollars that we're talking about is for parks and recreation.
Can I just follow up on that?
Yes.
A little bit. So in other words, a percentage of the 14 cents collected at the lake from the room tax is set aside, I believe it's for transportation. Isn't that the same money that we have used in the past for Lake Link, for microtransit? It's different. It has to be roads. Okay, it has to be roads. Here we go. We have an expert. We just got to be really, really clear on this.
Yes,
and it's, yeah.
Chairman Hales, can you repeat that question once more so I'm sure I heard
I
it
just
correctly?
think we need to drill down very specifically so that I'm with Commissioner Tarkanian. We don't want any confusion about what is this you're talking about, roads? And you already told us it can't be used for roads. What the heck's going on?
I guess what we need to clarify, now, even when you restated it, I don't think it was very clear. There's a certain amount of money that comes from this tax that goes just for the roads in Lake Tahoe, if it's up in Lake Tahoe, and there's a certain amount that goes just for Parks and Rec. And for Parks and Rec, even if it's collected in the lake, it can be used in the Carson Valley.
Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. So that's accurate generally. So there, for instance, in the lake, there's a 14% total room tax assessed in the lake. Of that 14%, there's a 1% piece that is is specified towards transportation projects at the lake in the Tahoe Transportation District. We have used some of that money for Lake Link, Chairman Hales. That money that we're talking about, that 1% piece at the lake that's used for transportation is not part of the money that Brooke is talking about that would potentially be used for this project. So it's a complicated taxing scheme, and there's several components to it, but the part that Brooke is talking about that would potentially be used to acquire this facility under both Nevada law and county code can be used for parks and rec purposes. It can be used for economic vitality related purposes, which can include parks and recs as well. And it can be used for airport related purposes. Those are the three general uses, but typically and historically, the money has been used for parks and rec related facilities.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. Mr. Wadley, thank you for that clarification. We talked about transportation. It's roads and transportation, as I understand it, right? 1%, and that's amounting to about $1.3 million a year right now, somewhere in that ballpark. So, yes, right, the 1% that could be used for transportation projects and roads at the lake. Okay, we have used those funds in the previous 3 budget cycles that I know of to fund Lake Link, the microtransit program. That's where those funds came from. And we also allocated, I believe, $400,000 recently or within the last year to supplement the Kale Complete Streets project as well that was underfunded. So that's where those funds came from, is that 1%. We'd still have some residual in that fund, reserves in that fund, I believe also. We still have some funds there. But this is not that part, this is not that part of that equation.
Commissioner Gardner, that is correct. So just, and I hope I'm perfectly clear on this. The pot of money that Brooke is talking about that is a component of the room tax that would potentially be used for this facility can only be used for really 3 things: parks and rec, economic vitality, which can cover a lot of ground, but generally economic vitality related efforts of the county, and airport related improvements. Those are the 3 permitted uses of this particular pot of money that we're talking about right now. This pot of money could not be used specifically for Lake Link, for instance, at the lake that we've used that other pot of room tax for.
And this does not mean we disagree with Mr. Jackson, who said there's too many restricted pots. It doesn't, we can't change that, so it is what it is. So we live within those rules. It's in, those restrictions are contained in Nevada revised statutes, and then our county code reflects the same thing that is contained in Nevada revised statutes.
Yes.
All right, with those points firmly established.
Yes, thank you all for your questions, and thank you, Zach, for your clarification. I really appreciate it, because I really do want to make sure that everybody can understand the pots of money and they know where we're seeking funding from for this project. So thank you all.
Commissioner Rice.
I believe that the county manager was trying to get a couple of words in there and set back down. I guess your comments were covered by other people?
They were, Madam Chair, covered by our legal counsel, so I appreciate that. I was going to make it like crystal clear. After everything else is taken up off the top, what we're left with is what is in Parks and Recreation's reserve, and it's set up for the specific 3 purposes that Mr. Wadley referenced today. So thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Back to you, Miss Adie.
Thank you. So here's what our conceptual ownership looks like. That the county would own and manage the fixed asset. We would oversee capital maintenance projects over $5,000. We would be responsible for the common area maintenance costs, which are about $27,000 a year. And we would budget about $20,000 for major maintenance and repairs. So we're looking at an annual operating cost from the county around $47,000 coming from room tax. All other costs would be the responsibility of the nonprofit organization.
One other question, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If more money is generated from this, like you're doing at the community center,
Yep.
and it's almost self-supported with the fees and stuff, would that deduct from our 47,000, or would that deduct from the nonprofits share?
So all revenues brought in through the operation of this facility would go back to the nonprofit organization to reinvest into the building and cultural and performing arts programs. So they would have exclusive rights to the funding to then reinvest in the programs.
So they are required to reinvest, or is that what their stated intent is? I mean, look, to me, that money should come back to us. If they've done over and above what they thought they would. But if we want them to reinvest it and produce more projects, that's specified in the agreement.
Yeah. Sorry. So that's all going to be written out in our operating agreement that we will bring forward to you at a later date with the Carson Valley Arts Council. So it will very clearly lay out what their responsibilities are, the counties, and then where the revenues go once they are brought in.
So I'll check for understanding along those lines. My understanding is, even though the Carson Valley Arts Council may have other competing interests like the Copeland Building or other projects, they cannot take money generated at the Ironwood Center and spend it on any of their other projects. Everything they make at the Ironwood Center must be spent to maintain or improve or run the Ironwood Center. And this is speaking about the contract that's contemplated but not already entered into.
Yes, thank you. That is correct. So here's a little bit more on the conceptual ownership. Douglas County is not running a movie theater. The Community Services Department is not going to be running a movie theater. The long-term plan is to own but not operate a cultural and performing arts community center. So the county provides the facility, the nonprofit organization operates the program. Right now it's a movie theater, but over time it would transition to a cultural and performing arts community center. So long-term, it may or may not have a movie theater. That's all to be determined as we get into the phased improvements and the planning pieces of it. The idea is also to create a cultural and performing arts advisory board in January of 2026. So there would be a board that would provide advisory oversight to a lot of the cultural and performing arts operations or programs, not the operation of the facility, but really looking at what kinds of projects do we want to do with that space. We currently have operation models like this within the community, and there are lots of communities throughout the country that also have a county or a town that owns a cultural and performing arts center that is operated by a nonprofit organization. So if we look here in Douglas County, the Dangberg Home Ranch is a perfect example of the county owns the asset and we have a nonprofit organization that runs the facility. The Friends of Dangberg, they do all of the programming, they collect all of the revenues and fees and grants and donations, and they reinvest it into the Dangberg Home Ranch. We also have really successful partnerships with different nonprofits. We have Young at Heart, which is a nonprofit that is exclusive to the senior center. They fundraise and they do programs and they really support our senior community. All of the dollars that they get, they reinvest in our senior center and in our senior community. We also have the Douglas County Community Services Foundation. They are exclusive to the Douglas County community centers. They raise funds, all of the money that they bring in, they reinvest into our community centers. They've done a lot of projects like up at Kale Community Center, TRE Community Center, the Carson Valley Community Center. They fundraise and they reinvest it in our community. So what's our goal? Our number one goal is to have a cultural and performing arts community center. Purchasing this theater, it does give us the best opportunity to be successful in achieving the county's goals and objectives. The 4 plans that I had talked about earlier talks a lot about these cultural and performing arts community center, and this helps us get there. So I know I've said it several times, one-time opportunity, one-time funding, this meets our needs, and we already have great partnerships to help make this project come to fruition. Like I said before, this will be a transition. Right now, it is operating as an 8 movie theater complex, but over time, it would transition to a cultural and performing arts community center. Keeping the movie theater right now, it benefits the local community, it saves the local movie theater, it helps bring in revenue for the nonprofit organization, for the Carson Valley Arts Council. They're operating a movie theater, they bring in revenue, and it helps to support their different projects that they have. So the long-term plan is not to have 8 theaters forever, but for now, that's how it's going to be operated. So the nonprofit organization, like I had talked about a little bit ago, we're going to enter into an operating agreement. The operating agreement gives exclusive rights to the Carson Valley Arts Council to operate a movie theater and cultural performing arts community center. And the idea is for them to serve our residents and visitors. The nonprofit will operate on behalf of the community, on behalf of the county. All net proceeds from fundraising, concessions, programs, donations, facility operations, sales, grants, it all goes right back into maintaining the center and creating art-focused programs, just like the Dangberg Home Ranch does. We also do a lot of this in our parks. Lampe Park is a county asset. The county maintains that asset, we take care of it, but we let our nonprofit organizations use those facilities. We have Little League, we have Pop Warner, we have AYSO. Our parks also serve in this capacity of a county-owned asset that is being used by nonprofit organizations. Now I'd like to introduce Brian Fitzgerald, and so he is the president of the Carson Valley Arts Council. The Carson Valley Arts Council was designated as Douglas County's local art agency in 2012, which is a federally recognized by the National Endowments of the Arts. They're going to be serving Douglas County in the operation of the Cultural and Performing Arts Community Center. Carson Valley Arts Council is celebrating 20 years, and so they do have a long history of being in Douglas County and working with Douglas County and bringing these programs to us. So Brian Fitzgerald, would you like to talk about it?
Thank you, Director Adie. Brian Fitzgerald, President, Carson Valley Arts Council. Madam Chair, members of the board, thanks for having this item on your agenda today. Very excited to bring this opportunity forward. You heard Director Adie mention a year ago whether or not a Cultural and Performing Arts Community Center was on our radar. Well, for me, it's been on my radar for 20 years. The Carson Valley Arts Council purchased the old Copeland Lumber Building with a vision for repurposing that historic building into a venue for music, dance, and theater. It's something that we have dreamed about for 2 decades. So this opportunity is certainly something we're very excited about, and I'm going to speak to what tends to be a lot of questions that have come up about moving this project forward. Because, first of all, people ask, why are we even talking about the Copeland Building? Well, the reason we're talking about the Copeland Building is because that was potentially the fixed-seat, mid-sized theater venue that we're talking about today. So the question you see up on the slide, is this building the best option for the community realizing a cultural and performing arts center? So you have to start comparing the facilities. If you take a look at the Copeland Building and compare it just to even the footprint or the the structure that we're talking about with the cinema complex, the cinema complex checks a lot of boxes. You heard Director Ady mention it earlier about the infrastructure and the amenities that already exist. First of all, it has a roof that doesn't leak. And it has power. It has the restrooms, it has the concessions, it has the park. It's a 2-acre parcel that we're talking about. And so, yeah, there is even room to add on. If the plan moving forward is to expand that facility to be even better than what we're talking about with the preliminary renderings, there's opportunities at that site that we just don't have at the Copeland site. When you talk about what happens to the Copeland building that is currently owned by the Carson Valley Arts Council, I want to recognize that the Copeland building is an asset that we have, and because we've had that asset, it has allowed us to function with a bottom line that has allowed us to provide critical programs to the art community and to the community at large. Not only do we have that building, but it houses the offices of the Carson Valley Arts Council. It houses the offices of the Carson Valley Community Theater. It has the Heartstrings Gallery and Shop. It provides storage and a place for some of our other arts-related organizations. But the programs that come out of the fact that we have this asset, it has allowed us to do a lot of youth arts education. At lunch today, I was over at the Rotary accepting a $1,000 check that's helping us bring the Missoula Children's Theater program to 3 elementary schools this year in your community. And so those programs with youth arts education, with the art studio tour, and we still have our annual concert series at the CVIC Hall. So the thing about this facility, whether ultimately designed for a performing arts venue for music, dance, and theater, it allows us to keep a lot of our current programs in our community. Right now we use the CVIC Hall. The stage is too small for an orchestra. The stage is too small for dance productions. The stage and backstage amenities are not adequate for community theater.
Chairman, I don't want to interrupt your train of thought, but maybe it's because we've been here for so long today, but you just lost me. It was very important for me to understand what you're going to do with the Copeland building, particularly since the county's going to have to pay any improvements over $5,000 at the theater and all the 37 to 47,000 a year in operating. What are you going to do with that building? I heard you say what you're using it for now, and then you sort of jumped to why the CVIC doesn't handle what you want to handle.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Tarkanian. I will clarify. So I guess I was trying to express that the only facility that we really have right now is the CVIC Hall, which is inadequate. So I was trying to complement what this new facility will be able to accommodate down the road. The Copeland building, as it stands right now, we use for storage, and it houses a lot of our art programs and art organizations. My plan B for the Copeland building, and this is a new concept, is to make it a makerspace and an artisan studio space. If you were to go in that building, it is an old warehouse, but it is a very unique space. It's got some classic trusses in there. It's a historic structure within our community. The Carson Valley Arts Council will intend to tap the equity that we have on that property to make the acquisition of this cinema complex possible. But we would like to repurpose it for another arts and cultural need. We still feel that the location in the middle of Minden and Gardnerville would potentially create a fantastic space for our local makers. Envision wood making, metal making, maybe even glass blowing, potentially ceramics. The more popular makers, we visit a lot of similar facilities, and we think that we can come up with a business plan that would allow us to repurpose that building for something pretty special for our community. And I want to emphasize one thing. The Copeland building will not be a burden on the Carson Valley Arts Council's ability to operate what we're envisioning with the cinema complex. It would be a standalone operation. It would have to be self-sustaining. And again, our vision is to still own the property, but to create a makerspace and artisan studios. And I've got an architect working on those renderings, which I would be happy to share with you once they're complete.
If you could pause another moment, we have another question, Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. You know, I've served on the Parks and Recreation Commission for 4 years, and then also for my first couple of years on the Arts Council as the assignment. And I know that you and I have talked about the Copeland building a lot, and we've kind of shared that vision of reserving, you know, of preserving that building and making it a cultural arts building. The problem, of course, as you and I both realize, is that it lacks a lot of amenities that are currently at this other facility that we're entertaining today, especially parking, the lack thereof, and the acoustics that are necessary for a performing arts center. When you looked into, and I think you have this dollar number, but when you looked into the cost of renovation of the Copeland building to put the vision that you had and I shared into place in the Copeland building, do you recall what that dollar amount was?
So to repurpose the Copeland building into a performance venue, the estimation was about $12 million.
Okay, $12 million, okay, and with no foreseeable opportunity in the very near future to achieve that number.
That is correct.
Okay, so 12 million versus 2.9 and not the amenities that we had.
Yeah, so I mean, let's be clear that the county is looking to acquire another facility for a culture and performing arts community center. It is still going to be millions of dollars and years away to realize the ultimate goal, which the number one priority, as Director Ady mentioned, is a culture and performing arts center. And so it's still going to take a lot of time, a lot of money to get there. But I guess the reason we talk about the Copeland is because there was a plan, or at least a lot of discussions, even between the Arts Council and the county about, hey, can we make it happen at the Copeland? Well, this cinema complex is better. It's better not only because of all the amenities and infrastructure we already talked about, but it is more likely to happen sooner and for less than what we priorly had planned before.
I would also imagine that in our arts community that's fairly large here in our community, probably being able to get investors to come in and assist us in that process might be a little bit easier by taking them into an existing facility and saying, here's how we want to rearrange this versus trying to envision that at the Copeland Center.
Absolutely. You know, and I think, you know, when you have a good idea, which we think this is a good idea, you tend to attract people that have an interest in seeing something happen. The fact that we're looking at a public and nonprofit partnership opens up some doors for some grants as well. So there's some really good opportunities to collaborate to show that we're advancing the arts within our community, and we're working together with our policymakers, the stakeholders, to make something special happen. So just a couple other brief points. You know, you're going to see a time frame or a timeline up here on a slide in a little bit. And one of the steps that needs to take place after acquisition of the facility is to bring an architect on board and start talking about what are phase 1 improvements, what are phase 2 improvements at the cinema complex. That architect is going to need to engage with the community, and we're going to need to engage with the arts organizations that we hope to help with this new facility. What do you want in this facility? And ultimately, you even heard Director Ady mention, will there still be movie screens? I mean, I think we don't want to lose the only cinema complex we have in our community, but we don't know where the movie industry is going, but we do think things are trending better than they were over the last couple of years. And we would like to maintain multiple screens in the facility. And so some of the initial tenant improvements or some money put into the facility, hopefully we're going to enhance the movie-going experience for our community and make things better at this facility. How will the Carson Valley Arts Council operate the facility going forward? There's going to be a significant transition period. After acquisition, if the county just turns the keys over to the Carson Valley Arts Council, I have no visions of me being behind the counter asking what size popcorn you want. So we are going to we are going to contract with the existing staff. As far as the community goes, it's going to be a seamless transition. There's still going to be 8 screens, probably for another year, with the same staff that you see over there now. You did mention the current tenant is looking to retire and travel abroad. Well, that gentleman and his company will more than likely come on under contract with the Arts Council as a consultant to utilize his resources to continue to operate so that the Carson Valley Arts Council isn't asking our volunteer base to go in and run a theater. So it will be a very seamless transition, at least for a year, until we start engaging with that architect and start talking about improvements and trying to figure out, hey, where can we start maybe carving out 1 or 2 of the spaces that exist until such time that we can identify the funding or generate the funding to start really the significant improvement, which is demolishing 4 of the cinema screen parts of the facility and building that 300 to 500 seat venue for music, dance, and theater.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Adie?
Thank you. So like I had mentioned earlier, and like Brian was just talking about, we would like to make some immediate tenant improvements to some of the theaters, like in the conceptual pictures. We want to work with the public to enhance the current facility. We want to meet with the public to see what it is they need. In order for us to be able to do so, we need some funding. And so the Douglas County Community Foundation and the Carson Valley Arts Council have both agreed to bring $250,000 each to the table for these immediate improvements to take place at the end of the next fiscal year. So that's $500,000 that they're bringing to the table as an immediate investment to do some tenant improvements. Before we spend any money, we engage with the public, we get feedback. We want to make sure that we're spending money in a way that best meets the needs of the community.
Excuse me, so I understand the 2.9 comes from room tax. Then we have 500 from the nonprofits to help with phase 1 remodel. Phase 2 remodel, I have heard estimated at about 5 million. Of course, that's, I'm sure, a ballpark figure. Would you expect that would come from the same combination of funds, maybe some nonprofit, maybe fundraising efforts, maybe more room tax?
Brooke Adie, Community Services Director. I think that we will know in time what opportunities will be available. I think one of the things that we want to look at is how can we leverage some grant opportunities. The USDA, we just sat in on a presentation, and they are funding a lot of programs in communities that support theaters and cultural and performing arts. I think grants is the first place that we would look to make these tenant improvements, and then potentially room tax for a match. But the idea is to really look out and see what grant opportunities may be available.
I guess I should have asked, where are we not taking the money from for future remodels? And the answer is general fund.
Correct. Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Yeah.
And so there are a lot of opportunities with this project. There are nonprofit partnerships, community collaboration. It meets several priorities of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, the master plan, the strategic plan. It brings great value with an immediate investment. The local businesses in the area were really supportive of this idea. I think that they recognize that this could really enhance some of their businesses, and lots of community support. So here's our anticipated timeline if we are approved to go forward. We would work on securing an appraisal. We would create a purchase agreement for the property. We have really prepared an operating budget. We would look to purchase the building in July of 2025. In August of 2025, that's where we would go into contract with an architect to start looking at the phased improvements and get public input. In January of 2026, we would create an art and culture advisory board, and then we would look to future phased improvements after that. This is just an estimated timeline, but we really wanted to visualize how we would foresee these changes happening in the future. that's all I have. Do you guys have any questions for me?
I think we asked them along the way, and I think we'll go to public comment now.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment on this matter?
Jim Jackson. I know a little bit about the entertainment industry. I spent 40 years in it. I was head of creative at Disney Home Entertainment and Disney Channel. Worked with all kinds of entertainers. I think the idea behind this is okay, but I just doubt on where you think you're going to get the money. You got 2.9 million. Convenient number. It's what you had on hand to sell it. But what's going to take to improve this theater, to change it from a movie theater to an entertainment venue? A price of $12 million or $15 million, I forget which it was, to improve one building. What do you think this one's going to take? It's going to take multiple millions to get to the point that you want it to get to. Who's going to pay for that? Us taxpayers? Probably. Who's going to pay for all the maintenance that goes on year after year after year? You know, you said $49,000 a year just for employees or whatever it is. That's going to go up. But I'm more concerned about how much are the improvements going to cost? Who's going to maintain the parking lots? Who's going to do all that kind of stuff? The county, us, the taxpayers. So think about it before you get into the negotiations, because we've seen your ability to negotiate, and I'm not impressed. So I'm really concerned about it. I think the general idea is okay. I don't see any problem with that. I just don't trust where you're going to get the money from. So,
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. School Board President Yvonne Wagstaff, welcome.
Yvonne Wagstaff for the record. Good morning, County Commissioners, or afternoon. I guess it's afternoon now. I stand before you, I almost, right? I stand before you today as a community member, and I would like to speak to you on behalf of our school district as a parent, to voice my strong recommendation and support for this agenda item. The potential purchase agreement for the Carson Valley Cinemas is to be used as a local theater and Douglas County's Cultural Performing Arts Community Center. Our amazing community is great at supporting our students here, whatever it be, whether it be in education, extracurricular activities, and even all the sports that our students play, from club to school sponsored. Unfortunately, the music and arts program within our communities are lacking in a physical location to perform and to be heard by all who wish to do so. I know that at every elementary school, when there is a music performance, there is standing room only for those who are in attendance. Our students at CVMS perform in their band and choir room that opens to the cafeteria, creating a cafetorium for their performances, where there once again is standing room only. Pabalu Middle School is slightly improved because their cafetorium at least has a stage on which their band and choir can perform. Once again, standing room only at the performances that I have attended. Douglas High School only has a gymnasium to perform in and usually chooses to hold their performances at Pabalu. Our drama department has a small stage and bleachers in the drama room to hold their performances at. I know that our students would benefit from a performing arts center, but so would our entire community. They would have the opportunity to attend all kinds of performances that would take place within those walls. As a school district, we ask, and as a parent, I ask, that you please consider and support approving the purchase of the Carson Valley Cinemas to be used as a local theater and Douglas County Cultural Performing Arts Community Center. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. School Board Trustee Melinda Knighting.
And I just want to make it clear, I'm coming as just an individual parent who, my 4 kids have all played in the band in the wind ensemble at Douglas High School. So I've attended a lot of band concerts in my day. My youngest now plays the French horn. And at those concerts, it was just as Yvonne said, in the high school, they play at the gymnasium, which is not ideal for a band concert, or they go over to Pabalu in the cafeteria there. And I've stood in the back the whole concert because there hasn't been a seat sometimes. So I just am here to voice my support. this is something that the community needs. It's needed it for a long time. And I've lived here for a long time. And it's important for our kids to feel valued and that they have a spot where they can come and that they can showcase their talents. They spend a lot of time and energy practicing and improving themselves, and it would be wonderful if parents could come and have a seat and the acoustics would be appropriate for the occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knighting. Mr. Conway.
Hello. Ron Conway. I really didn't intend to speak on this one today, but some questions popped in my head. That was an excellent presentation. I understood everything you're getting to, and I know where the money's coming from. I completely understand it, and it's reasonable. I'm a firm believer in children having after-school sports and music and performing arts. It makes for young adults that are going to be great adults. With all that said, there are some questions I have about the property and about the costs. Basically, it's a strip mall. So is it individually owned pieces, or are you just buying the theater and somebody else still owns the rest of the strip mall? And that's where the maintenance and fees and all that stuff come from? Who's going to take care of the parking lot? Is it included in those fees? And is there a cap on those fees? You're basically buying a piece of property in a strip mall. Kind of dangerous. Do we need a performing arts? Absolutely. Would it probably be a good one? Probably. But my experience, the county cannot negotiate for anything. They can't negotiate themselves out of a paper bag. You need to have some folks look at this and get it in writing and make sure those costs are capped. Because if they're not, the residents are going to pay for it again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Francie Palmer, a resident of Minden. I did submit my public comments online because I didn't think I'd be able to be here today because I didn't think it would be 4 o'clock, that we'd all still be here on this item. So I'm glad that I'm able to come in person and give you my thoughts. As it was great actually, because as I was sitting here, I was able to see your strategic goals clearly in a great place, written and identifying quality of life and enhancing the quality of life for the residents. What better opportunity than to have a performing arts venue in our community? I was happy that there were so many things that this aligns with as far as the 2013 Valley Vision, the 2020 Master Plan, the Prosperity Plan, the Strategic Plan. I guess I'm a geek because I attended a lot of these when I did my little stickers on the little poster boards and answered the surveys. And so I really appreciated that these documents heard the residents. You spent a lot of time and effort on creating these plans, these master plans for us, and you listened to that feedback that we provided. I appreciate that. I love going to all of the events that we've been able to participate in at the parks and at the CVIC, to be able to see a world-renowned artist like Elizabeth Pitcairn, world-renowned violinist, at the CVIC. Gotta say, I was a little shocked because it's a folding chair, not in a venue that's for how music of this level should be heard, and not in a venue for the spoken word, for when there are theater performances. I really believe this brings an opportunity to ultimately grow the economic vitality that was one of the elements of the use of these funds. We can offer quality programming shows, programming within the walls of a center, leading to hotel stays and tourism spending. That's great for our community. Travel Nevada has launched its Cultural Corridor Initiative, supporting arts in Virginia City, Carson City, Gardnerville, and Minden. Let's bring the attention here into our corridor about and focus on our history, culture, tourism opportunities, the potential grant funding and, oh, is that my time?
3 more
Oh my
seconds.
gosh, okay. And greater private, public, corporate sponsorships, naming rights opportunities. I mean, the opportunity is there. The Carson Valley Arts Council is a valued partner and well-respected arts organization in the county and with our residents. It's not a quick fix. It'll take time, effort, positive energies, and work. However, with your support, we can start that process. I'm just a community member. I have no talent. I am not in the arts. I just love the arts. It's the right project, the right time, and the right place. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Palmer. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment, but I did want to note that in our supplemental agenda materials, we have 13 written public comments. 12 of those are in favor and 1 is opposed.
I
Commissioner
just have one
Tarquini.
question. Are you taking money from my Rancho's Trail to the community center from this?
Brooke 80, Community Services Director. The restricted room tax funds do go to capital improvement projects, and those projects are set by priority through the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. The Ranchos Trail is a priority in our trails plan, but it is also a project that is very appropriate if we want to leverage our funding best in the community for grant funding. And so it's not quite shovel ready yet, but when it is, it would go towards grant funding.
I've been talking about this for 5 years, and if you're talking about getting grant money now, that's another 5 years. So, all right.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. As so many in our community, when this first came to my attention several months ago, that was the first question I asked is, where is the money coming from? Ms. Davidson knows that, and Mr. Morgan knows that, okay, is where is the money coming from? And it was explained to me that room tax reserves are available for use in this manner. Mr. Jackson asked a point of, gee, or made an observation that, gee, all of a sudden we have 2.9 million in our reserves, and funny, the cost of the building is 2.9 million. Actually, that's not the case. As I understand it, the room tax reserves are a much greater, or at least a greater amount than the 2.9. So we're not completely depleting that fund. Is that a correct statement, Ms. Edie? Because we didn't address that during this process.
Brooke 80, Community Services Director, that is correct. Yes.
Okay, and so we do still have some funds there that could go into perhaps matching funds for grants for the multimodal connection between the Ranchos and the community center as well. Is that true too?
Brooke 80,
Depending upon whether or not to prioritize of the Community Services Commission, right? So.
Yeah, Brooke 80, Community Services Director. I think there's a lot of variables to that scenario to say yes or no, because I think it depends on what kind of funding match would be required to know that we have the budget to sustain that. But that is absolutely an appropriate use of those funds.
Fair enough. Well, I just want to, let me finish if you.
That it feels like we're
Okay.
sidestepping that little.
Oh, okay. In other words, what is the residuals
Yeah,
beyond
because
the
we kind of
2.9?
didn't answer that
Yeah,
question.
okay.
And I know the public wants to know.
I don't have the exact number right now. Jennifer Davidson.
Winner, chicken dinner. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record, there's $5.3 million in the room tax reserves total.
Okay, so I got to tell you the public, you know, when I first became a commissioner 4 years ago, and we started talking about the budget, I didn't understand how that worked at all. Okay, and one of the most difficult things I had as a new commissioner is wrapping my head around this idea of general funds and restricted funds and enterprise funds, and so our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Terry Willoughby at the time, trying to give me somewhat of an analogy there. And I'm probably, I know that I'm hopeful that my wife isn't watching this, because I'm going to say something on the record that she's probably going to hit me for when I get home, is that the way I was explained to me is that we have a credit card called General Fund, and then we have 30 other credit cards that are enterprise funds. And my wife controls the enterprise funds, and I control the funds in that one credit card called General Fund. And so while she's out shopping, she can ask me for use of my credit card, the General Fund, but I'm not allowed to ask her for the use of those other 30 credit cards that she's holding as enterprise funds.
That's a great analogy.
So, great, right? We all experience that, do we not? I don't think I'm alone in that category. So that's the difficulty.
I just have to say that not all women would
whether or not
buy
we
off
agree
this.
with it or not, and whether or not we like it or not.
We're getting in muddy
unfortunately,
water
that's-
here.
So fortunately, I think my wife is in California right now, and I don't think she's watching, but I will hear from her before I leave this meeting if she is. I can promise you that. So that's the problem. I appreciate the questions that Mr. Conway asked, and those are some things that we need to. But as I understand it, all we're buying is the building itself, not the other strip malls and other features of that particular Ironwood Center. Could I get could we do that? Because
Yes.
I think it's fair for the public to understand that.
My understanding, as you're coming up, my understanding is we have already calculated the maintenance fees and the ongoing maintenance fund to be $47,000 a year.
Brooke 80 Community Services Director, that is correct. $27,000 of those funds go to support the common area maintenance fees, and those are the fees that are charged to all of the property owners to help maintain the parking lot and the landscaping in the parking lot. But I'll let Kelly Bland talk more about the property.
Mr. Bland.
Kelly Bland, owner of Mahalo NV LLC. So did you have a specific question? Or did you want me just to kind
Just confirming that the county is buying only the theater building and that there are other owners along that strip mall.
Yes, there are multiple owners. I don't have the exact percent of the theater ownership compared to the rest of the center, but I think it's in the upper 40s, like 47%. It's not over 50%. There is a common area group of owners that manage the shopping center. I'm on the board as a vice president. Ben Johnson owns the strip center next door. He's the second largest owner. He's a little under my percentage, but between the two owners, they make up the majority of the shopping center. I think there's 3 or 4 other small pads out front. There's a question about capping cams. You don't really cap cams. If you're renting a property from a landlord, you could try to negotiate that. As an owner, you can't really cap a cam because it's just a pass-through expense. So whatever we spend on the shopping center for the maintenance in the common area, the parking lot, the landscaping, the lights, the electricity for the landscape or the common area, that's all just divvied up on a pro rata basis of the ownership of the shopping center. So there is no management fee. Nobody charges. Well, we have a manager, property manager, it's like $500 a month for the whole thing. They just do bookwork and call the contractors, but there's no real large management fee for the common area. It's just self-managed, and the appropriate person would be able to be put on that board, whether it be with the county or with the Arts Council. You could have a representative sit on that and make the decisions for spending the money.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you. So in talking with members of our arts community, I know that this doesn't necessarily address all of their visions of what we could accomplish from a ground up type of facility, but this gets us, it gets us a lot closer in a lot faster period of time. So I'm encouraged and in support of this. So
Thank you. Commissioner Tolbert.
Okay, so I don't know why, but I have so much anxiety about this particular topic. I will start that Mrs. Wagstaff and I have commiserated for 8-9 years through the band programs with no place to play. And this was part of my when I ran, this is part of my platform, that I am very much in support of a community cultural arts venue where our kids can play. Now, I know that there's way more to it than that. And so I don't want, I've just now kind of put my finger on why I have such reservation about this. One is, it's been mentioned, is the open end of this, the pie in the sky. Where is that money coming from? And I know we're still working on what that total could be. Some of the reservations of the cultural community or performing arts is that it's not big enough. Well, if we didn't keep 2 more theaters, that could be big enough. So the problem is that it's just not defined. And I'm struggling with that. The next thing that really I have a lot of heartburn on is, which just sucks because you guys are my friends, and I've known a lot of you people. I've known Brian for 20 years, but I don't know that the Cultural Arts or Carson Valley Arts has the wherewithal. They have the financial status. If they leverage their other building and they're not allowed to take the profits out of this building back to the other building, where are they generating funds to pay for this more leveraged money on the building they already have? And that's a question. So I think my problem with this is that we just have agreed to just hand this over to the Carson Valley Arts. And I feel like this needs to be an RFQ, request for qualifications, and a request for proposal to go out, because what if there is another entity out there? And it's probably 99% that the Carson Valley Arts Foundation is the right person or group to take this over. But I just have reservation. I know, knowing people that are also in the production arena, that there is a lot to running a theater. And I've been in productions, and we don't necessarily have that staff. And I don't know that the Carson Valley Arts Foundation has the knowledge to do that. And without putting it in my hand and say, oh, there it is, that I just have so much reservation about that. So if we were to say, look, we're going to bring this out, we have till July, right? Is that right? For before somebody's going to come in, if they're going to keep at least until then before we purchase the building, before we have to decide on who this not-for-profit is, I think that would give me personally a lot more comfort knowing that, okay, we're going to put all this together and we're not just going to hand this off and just move it over because we know Brian has been here for 20 years, done a great job. I understand. That just gives me that's the reservation I think would make me feel better about it, is if we didn't just say, hey, this is what it's going to be. Let's go out and put this out for an RFQ. And probably nobody's going to apply for it, and that's fine. But we don't know that. Get this put back to us in a proposal form of where we're bringing our money in from, what qualifications do we have, who's on our staff that can handle these kinds of things, and then we would have that ability to do that. I am 100% in on the idea of what we're doing here. It's just I have so much reservation about that it gives me pause.
I will note that and we'll go right to you after this. The agenda item also says or other entity, and so that. Pardon? Well, the action today is, do we give staff direction to move forward to buy the building? And then I think that there's plenty of time to cover process. Okay, all right. Commissioner Tarkanian.
I was going to say, God, those are great points. Really great points. I agree wholeheartedly, but then you just clarified it. We can do an RFQ, you called it?
Right.
After this. And if we decide there's somebody more qualified, we have the ability to do so. So I think that solves that issue.
Commissioner Rice?
It seems to me the question is, do we buy it or don't we buy it? And I think that if we don't buy it, we're making a very big mistake.
Thank you. I want to say a few words. Maybe I'll start with this, and perhaps because I've been on the Carson Valley Arts Council, I've been the board representative and watched them work for 2 years and gone to their meetings. I have a higher level of comfort. They are the landlord for Coffee on Main, So they receive monthly money from that. They also have allowed winter storage for boats and RVs in the Copeland Lumber Building, and they have had income for that. I've watched them put on all different kinds of events and watched their level of professionalism, and I have a higher degree of comfort. Let me just say that. Not that I'm opposed to what you're talking about. But to the main question of do we buy this, I just wanted to briefly note that today we had no public comment against. We had some with questions, and the majority was in favor. And that reflects what happened at the Parks and Rec Advisory Council, in which there were about 15 public comments in favor and 1 against. And I couple that with the fact that all of the arts groups that have weighed in on this are in support, including the Cultural Arts Foundation and the Community Theater. And even more than that, the documents that Director Adie showed reflected support for a cultural and performing arts center. Those were based upon many, many years of public comment, as was noted in Ms. Palmer's public comment. Those documents reflect the community for decades saying, we need this. On the other hand, in opposition, there was, besides the one comment, one written public comment, one public comment at the Advisory Council meeting. I've had one email in opposition, and we had one prior public comment, fleeting opposition. So the vast weight of the public input we've had is in favor of purchasing this building, not just this month or last month, but for the past 10 years or more. And so based on that and my own observation that I am so pleased that we have done a good job with our student athletes. I have been bothered for decades that we have not done a good job for our artistic students. And they need a community, a unity of purpose, a group, just as much as our athletes do. And we have shortchanged them on their ability to pursue those interests and to be a cohesive group because our facilities have been so lacking. And I know that because I spent 12 years on the school board, and all that time we wanted to provide that for them and could never see a way to do that. And here we have a way to do it, and I just could not be more excited. So I'm in strong support. Yes, Commissioner Tolbert.
So, right, I agree that this needs to happen. I'm in agreement on the idea of purchasing the building. It's just that's the one thing, and I really couldn't put my finger on it. And because my heart is absolutely 100% into this, I think it's a great idea. I really appreciate Mr. Bland bringing this forward. And I know that the community doesn't trust the county, but I grew up around here. I've been around our county parks and recreation, and there was so much opposition to the Jewel of Carson Valley, and there's not that much opposition to this one. And I know that our parks and recreation and community services can handle this building. I have no doubt in my mind. And I know that when we get this in there, and like I said, it's 99% is probably going to be Carson Valley Arts, but I don't feel like I'm representing the best interest of our constituents if we don't put this out to see what's there. I guess that's where I'm at. Everything else would go out to bid. So why wouldn't this potentially go that way also? And I know that's maybe the next step, but I don't want to say that I'm against it because I absolutely want this, and my devil's advocate brain is constantly looking for reasons not to. And so that, I'm just putting that out there, that's where my reservations are. I think, because I don't know why it nags at me, because I want it so bad. And so I'm trying to rein that back in.
Well, we appreciate you being diligent, so it's good job. Yeah. Director Adie.
Yeah, thank you. Brooke 80, Community Services Director. I really want to have a conversation about the timing of this and the urgency of the timing. The current movie theater operator, their lease expires in March. They're willing to extend the lease through June until we're able to acquire the building. And then they're also willing to go into an operating agreement with the Carson Valley Arts Council to operate the movie theater. If we don't have a nonprofit organization identified early on to begin working on this transition, we're at risk of losing the movie theater operator. And if he goes away, we're going to have to shut down the movie theater, and it's very difficult to get it up and going again. So this is a very difficult puzzle piece that we're trying to put together, and I just kind of wanted to reiterate the timing of it all for how it's going to be operated.
Do you, County Manager Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because of the time-sensitive nature of this position that we're in, I'm going to add a layer of complexity to the conversation and throw out door number 3. Door number 3 could look something like this. We enter into a 1-year agreement with the Arts Council and see how things go. And we also utilize this time to, if the board desires to go out for an RFP, typically RFPs will take us about 90 days to draft, to get them back, at least 45 to 60 days to evaluate. So that's what we're talking about in terms of RFP process. So I think that's probably a 4 to 5 month process with ultimately some sort of committee vetting the RFP and making a recommendation to this commission. So because of that time lapse, I think I'd like to, if we consider a door number 3 option, I'd like to lock and load something that buys us some time, allows us to work with a nonprofit organization, get a level of comfort, do some knowledge transfer also. We don't want to operate a movie theater for 5 months while we go out for an RFP. So that's door number 3 potential for you. And I'm not sure if Director 80 wants to add to that.
Madam Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I move that we authorize the Community Services Department to negotiate a potential purchase agreement for the Carson Valley Cinemas, and my screen just went blank, thank you, for the Carson Valley Cinemas facility located at 1760 US Highway 395N, number 4700 Minden, in Nevada, to be used as a local theater in Douglas County Cultural Performing Arts Center. Authorize the Community Services Department to negotiate a potential operating agreement with the Carson Valley Arts Council or other entity to operate a local theater and cultural and performing arts community center on behalf of Douglas County, and direct the Community Services Department to present both agreements to the board for consideration at a future board meeting.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
I want to ask Commissioner Tolber or Harkanian, would you like that to be broken down into separate motions? All right, could we amend the motion to end after the first question? So that would just be number 1, whether it should be purchased.
I'm sorry? Okay, so you want 3 motions, basically.
Yes.
I move that we buy the building.
Very good. Will you
I will
second?
second that.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Rice, seconded by.
We already have a motion on the floor, so
Oh.
that's the problem.
All right.
We would have to withdraw that.
Will you withdraw that motion, Commissioner Rice? Your first motion?
Sounds like
Whatever it takes.
So,
Looks like the council is going to.
yeah, Madam Chair, I'm so sorry. We can't just buy a building without an appraisal. So Respectfully, sir, if we can suggest an alternative motion, which would be negotiate a potential purchase agreement for the
So
building.
moved.
Thank you.
So seconded.
All right. The previous motion was withdrawn. Commissioner Rice has moved that we authorize Community Service Department to negotiate a potential purchase agreement for the building, and Commissioner Tolbert has seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good. Is there a second motion?
I'll let somebody else do that when I'm confused.
Madam Chair, I propose that we authorize the Community Services Department to negotiate a potential operating agreement with a nonprofit to operate a local theater and cultural and performing arts community center on behalf of Douglas County.
It's been moved by Commissioner Tolbert and seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And we can talk about what that means later. Is there another motion?
I will move that we direct the Community Services Department to present both agreements to the board for consideration at a future board meeting.
Second?
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Rice. Is there, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. Carries unanimously. Well done, all. Congratulations. We have agenda item 13. Should we take that, or can we postpone it to a different day?
Madam Chairman, I don't believe that we're far enough into the legislature to have any idea what's coming at us yet.
The county manager would like to hear this agenda item, but then I think we'll forego the last agenda item.
Thank you.
Agenda item 13 for possible action, discussion, and direction to staff regarding legislative or legislative issues proposed by legislators or other entities permitted to submit bill draft requests that may impact Douglas County. The board may take action to support or oppose any legislative item included in the Douglas County Bill Tracker report included with the board packet. County Manager Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I know it's been a long day. I'll be brief. The legislative session did kick off this Monday, and Commissioner Rice, you are correct. We do have a number of bills that appear in your packet that are on our radar as of last Friday, and we have already added additional bills to that report. The reason why I asked to hear this item is because my office has received a number of questions from members of the public about how this legislative process will play out and what types of reports and involvement the county commission will have in these discussions. How I anticipate this going at future meetings, there will be a standing agenda item in which we bring forward a legislative report to the commission, giving you the most recent draft of bills that my office is tracking. This list will continue to expand as additional bills drop, and ones of interest have been identified by department heads and our lobbyists. For specific bills that require board direction and action, where we're asking this board to take a position, we will specifically list that board in the title of the agenda so that the public will know that we are discussing that particular bill, and that bill will be included as part of the packet. Any member of the county commission may request an item be added to the agenda for a board report or board direction. With that, Madam Chair, I think I've given you a preview of how I'm intending this process to go. If there's any questions from the commission, I'm happy to answer those. Commissioner Gardner.
I simply wanted to add that in my role as president-elect of the Nevada Association of Counties, I am also the chair of the NACO Legislative Committee. We meet every Friday at 2 o'clock, and so I will be keeping our county manager abreast of what we're discussing in that regard. That might have certainly a negative impact or positive impact on our county. So I think it's going to be an ongoing process over the next 120 days or 116 now. Can't come soon enough, right? Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to closing public comment. Mr. Jackson.
Jim Jackson. I want to make it clear that I was not opposed to this center. I'm just very concerned on how open-end you have left it for the expenses of rehabilitating this center and changing it from a movie theater to a performing arts center. That's going to cost millions of dollars. It's going to cost a lot just to have an architect design it for you. And from what I've seen, that has been left wide open to where we, the taxpayers of this county, could be put on the hook for it. Now, I hope in your negotiations, which, like I said before, I'm not too impressed with, that is cleared up so that we are not put on the hook for that. That either the nonprofit that's going to run it, they want to run it, let them pay for that. If they can't afford it, like Commissioner Tolbert said, find one out there that can afford to do it and everything. So that was my point on why I was complaining about it, not because I'm against it. I think it's something that could be well used in this county, but it's got to be paid for. The optics of this are horrible. People are going to see this, they already have, and say, why are they spending the money? And yes, you've got your little pockets of money that you have to put towards it. I understand that. But they're going to say, why can they spend this much money and not fix our roads? Fremont is falling apart, literally falling apart. And East Valley, it was never built for the kind of traffic that's on it. Where are you going to get the money to fix that one? And that's a heavily used road. And the other one that I've been complaining about a lot is the four-way stop at Johnson and Fremont and everything. And I know you probably want to do a study on it, but there's a four-way stop at East Valley and Stephanie that probably has 10% of the traffic that's going through Johnson and Fremont right now. I don't know why you can't just put the stop sign in there before something happens, because it's going to. But you want to do a study, fine, but get it done quickly. But why can you have the one stop in and not put this one in? I mean, that just does not make sense to me, because there is not that much traffic on Stephanie at Fremont. 1/10 of what goes down Johnson Lane. But this deal as far as how much is this going to cost us for this Performing Arts Center, we'll be back in a year and remind you of what it costs when we start seeing the actual costs come in. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Conway.
Do I need to sign again? That'll be my third signature on the day. That's a record for me. Okay, I left copies of a county ordinance up there for you guys to peruse. There's 10 copies. Anybody who wants to look at it can look at it. I'll get to that in a little while. This is a NDEP surface permit, surface disruption permit. This is an NDEP Class 2 air permit, general. We'll talk about this one first. This one was asked for and given to Knox in 2022. They put in for a change of location in 2024, August. This permit has listed in it a multitude of equipment, which is including a crusher, an asphalt plant, and a concrete plant, and all the equipment associated with it. The change of location was put in 2024 and granted to the Painted Rock Mine. They have, for the last couple of weeks, been actively hauling in rubble, asphalt, and concrete. So they're going to make base rock. They're going to make recycled base rock. I know, I used to. They're also probably looking to put a hot plant in, which means they lied to the BIA, they lied to the BLM, and they probably lied to the county. They never bothered to talk to the residents. I know this because I have went to the BLM, copied all the documents from the BLM, including the original plan for the mine. Guess what it don't include? A hot plant or a concrete plant. Now the EA never talked about it either. So I just don't, They want to be big. And that 80 trucks a day is a drop in the bucket. I know. God, I know. And my house is right there. My wife's house is right there. All right, let's talk about this one before I run out of time. This is a surface permit. In the infinite wisdom of a county attorney, the tarping of trucks is not necessary because the dust off the truck, off the material on the truck, is not a hazard. That ordinance says it's a health hazard because it's listed under health and safety in the county as a necessity to be parked. The state has the same thing. This says transportation. The state recognizes it's an issue. The federal government recognizes it's an issue because it says that it can be enforced by the federal government.
Mr. Conway, we will read the rest if you want to send emails or give it to the public, so put it in the public record and we'll read it that way. Appreciate your comments. Yes. Any other public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed and this meeting is adjourned. And I just want to tell the board members that I learned some things about expediting the meeting and I could have done a better job doing that, and I'll work on that going forward. So thank you for your patience.